Morning and a very warm welcome to our Customer Day 2021 from the Best Western Windmill Hotel in Coventry. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us, and we're really pleased about the attendance. It's great to have so many of you here with us today. I'm sure many of you are already aware that PTFS Europe work in just about all library sectors: academic, public, health, government, and so on. And that's something we're very proud of. And that actually in the marketplace there are very few vendors who cover such a large spectrum. We believe that's a sort of testament to the flexibility of Koha and the other products we work with. And it's great to see such a broad range of customers from those different sectors here today. So consequently, the agenda is wide and varied today, and it covers many of those sectors that we work in. And we'd very much urge you to stick around for the whole day and to take a look at what our customers are up to, even if the sector doesn't seem totally relevant to you. We believe there's a lot of synergy between different sectors. And even if the information may not be useful to you today, then it could be tomorrow, maybe next year or the year after that. We're also very proud to be celebrating our 14th anniversary yesterday, actually, and we're grateful to all of you who have chosen to support us and work with us over those many years, and some of you have been with us a very long time, so we're very grateful for that. I'd particularly like to thank those of you who have taken time to put together presentations for today, both our staff here and you, our customers. We do appreciate it takes a lot of time out of your busy schedules, and we're very grateful, for you for taking the time to do that. And we're very sure that the audience will appreciate those presentations as well today. We're really disappointed that we had to turn today into a virtual conference again. The feedback we received from you and also the current COVID climate meant that an in-person event was going to be very difficult at best. But that said, we're very much hoping that this will be the last all-day virtual event. I mean, we will, of course, continue to do all the short online content we've been doing over the past year, which has been very much appreciated. And we're already talking about doing an in-person event in 2022, and we very much hope that you'll be as keen as we are to get back together again and to meet with each other again. You'll notice in the agenda a little bit later on that Andrew Farthing from Sefton Libraries is talking, and he was at pains to remind me of how good the food was when we did last meet at Aspen University at the conference centre there. And the staff at Sefton did suggest it'd be great for everyone to have a Danish pastry during the morning coffee break, perhaps provided by Deliveroo. So if you do hear a knock at your door later on, you never know. Just a couple of bits of housekeeping. We'd be grateful if you could keep your microphone muted during the talks, but do please feel free to ask questions of the speakers at the appropriate time. Alternatively, you can use the chat feature both in Zoom and on YouTube. Both of those will be monitored, and we'll endeavour to answer your questions there. If you drop out of the meeting at any time, do use the links which we provided in the email that we sent out, and someone will actually post those links back into the chat as well, so you can make a note of just in case you do drop out. The session after lunch is a breakout session, and in topic 1 and topic 2 sessions, there will be time actually after the formal presentation for some open discussion. And at that point, you're free to literally bring any topic forward that you want to perhaps discuss, get a bit of advice on, share something with other people. And we'll have PTFS Europe staff on hand there ready to answer your questions. So I think that's all from me. We hope you enjoyed the day. And I'm now going to hand over to Andrew Auld, our commercial director, and he'll give you some background into exactly what we've been up to over the past 12 months. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everybody. It's very nice to be giving you a bit of news about what's been happening at PTFS Europe over the past year or so. First of all, I thought I'd just show you a slide of the picture from us yesterday. Eilish, if you've moved me on one slide, please. I think we might be. Great, sorry for that slight technical hitch. I think we're sorted now. So I just wanted to go through our news over the past 12 months. First of all, I wanted to introduce some new team members. Eilish, I've just mentioned actually, and I'll come on to talk about the great work Eilish is doing in the background of today to keep us technically running smoothly. But our new team members have come about after some retirements that we had in the team. So Nick Phipps, Colin Campbell, and Leslie Jones all retired from PTFS Europe in the last 12 months. We were actually really delighted at our first in-person company meeting 3 months ago that they were able to come back and join us in person, and we were able to give them a proper send-off, because obviously during the lockdown period we weren't able to do that. And I'm sure many of you have come across Nick, Colin and Leslie over your time with PTFS Europe. Those retirements have enabled us to add some new members to the team. And starting with, we've got Eilish, as I've mentioned, Auld Charion, who's a customer services consultant. And we've also been joined by Jake, our infrastructure technician, and Nathan Bimbe, who's joined us most recently as a customer services consultant. So on the next slide, you'll see that this is a picture of us yesterday. And apart from Jonathan's dismembered head, you might recognize everyone else. And then on the left-hand side of the picture, Nathan at the front there, then Aud, Lucy and Bernard, and then we've got Eilish and Jake towards the back left of the picture there. So those are faces that hopefully you'll get familiar with as they start to meet you in person and on virtual sessions as well. I wanted to just talk about the new customers that have joined us over the last year. So we've had many. We've got a whole range of customers joining from right across a spectrum of different sectors. Earlier on in the year, right in December, Plymouth Marjon completed their migration to us, and Ravensbourne University as well, both using Koha and Metabase. We were also then joined in the spring by the College of Optometrists. The University of West London kicked off a big migration to Koha, Metabase and Coral in the spring, which was completed over the summer. And concurrent with that, we were working with De Montfort University and the Scottish Government on their migrations. De Montfort are using DSpace for their repository of articles and journals. And then the Scottish Government have undertaken a migration to Koha as well. Following those, over the summer, we've had a few projects running too. Royal Marsden have joined the South London Health Library System. We've had YAML, who have also migrated to support from PTFS Europe on their Koha system. And ETF, another international organization, also moved to PTFS Europe support for their Koha system. And then more recently, we've been working with the Newcastle Colleges Group and the Manchester College on their migrations to Koha. And Durham County Council, the Durham Learning Resources team there, we're working with them on moving their system, their in-house system to Koha. And then I should also mention the RNN group. This is another group of colleges in the Rotherham area that migrated to Koha during the year too. So we've had an awful lot of projects, major projects going on throughout the year. The major projects aren't the only thing that we're doing. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of work going on. I mentioned Jake and the infrastructure team. He's joined John Turner and John McGowan, and they undertake, as well as being part of the major migrations, they undertake a huge amount of work on mini projects. Things like connecting SIP2 devices. The project teams are involved in training. John's team are working on authentication, data manipulation, and then always we're focused on enhancing the security and the performance of your systems. And just there's a small word at the end there that says upgrades, but it's not a small task that John and his team undertake all throughout the year. And John reported yesterday that during the last 12 months, they've undertaken over 75 system upgrades, major system upgrades across our customers. So that's a major piece of work that we're always working on as well. Then on the support side, David, led by David Roberts and supported by the customer services team, we receive a huge number of support tickets every month. And this is a graph just showing those support tickets during the last 12 months. And you can see that perhaps as libraries have come out of some COVID closure and so on, but just also generally reflecting the increasing number of customers we have. We do have an increasing trend in support tickets coming through, which is great. You know, we love to be able to support you by having live interactive support with you. It means we're helping to keep your libraries running, to keep your systems doing what you need them to do for you. So support's a very important and major part of what we do all throughout the time you have with us as a customer. Martin gave an update yesterday also about what's been going on from a development point of view and with the various open source communities we work with. On the Koha side, we have been actively involved in the latest 2 releases and have contributed majorly to both the 21.05 and the 21.11 release. And then we're also heavily involved in testing and quality assurance, signing off 12% of the quality sign-offs and undertaking 15%. This is globally. PTFS Europe have undertaken 15% of the quality checks done in 2021. So that's a major contribution that Martin and his team has to keeping the bugs in Koha moving through the process and getting into the new releases, so that when we do an upgrade, you get the benefit of those fixes. It's not just bugs and fixes that we get involved in. We're also still undertaking significant development, both in Koha and in other systems. So a couple of pieces of development we've done in Koha this year. The rapid ILL integration with Koha is going to be talked about later. Andrew Isherwood did that bit of development, and he'll be doing a presentation about that later on. Martin did an integration, another payment, online payment integration with Barclaycard for UWL. And then we've also, Andrew has been heavily involved in getting into development in the Folio system and working with the Folio development community. And we were delighted when he got his very first app into the core Folio code, which was a similar version of the copyright licensing permissions check app that you may have seen in Koha. And he's replicated that functionality in Folio for the Folio product. But more significantly, he's been working very hard on a new application in Folio for interlibrary lending that's going to specifically cater for the UK market. And we're looking forward to seeing that coming into Folio in the spring of 2022. Finally, in Koha, Martin is going to be talking to you later about some very live development work that he's undertaking with Durham on collections and bookings in Koha. But I'm not going to steal his thunder by saying any more about that. And there's been more that we've been undertaking. So we've renewed our ISO 27001 certification. That's very important from the point of view of the security around the data that we look after for you and our processes. We've continued with our range of online events, running both sector-specific events, but also our fortnightly What's on Our Mind videos, our regular online discussions. And just a couple of days ago, we were back in person at the SILIP showcase, supplier showcase event, which is always great fun. And it was great to meet some libraries interested in joining Koha in the future. And we continue to work with the open source communities that we've worked with for many years now. In particular, we're working with Bywater and BibLibre on a couple of future development projects for Koha. We continue to work very closely with EBSCO around Folio and around the integration of EDS with Koha. And we're also very delighted to be now working as part of the new open source community around the Aspen product. And our next session, which we're going to move on to in a second, is actually a chat that I had with Mark Noble, but more on that in a second. I just wanted to finish by showing the little picture of us as a team again and saying, this is the team that does all that work. We're really delighted to work with you, but we're quite a small team. And we like that because it means that we actually do get to know you personally as customers. And we look forward to working with you during the next 12 months as well. Right, I think we're still running pretty much on time. So I'm going to now move to a video that Ailish is going to play, which will be Mark Noble from Bywater Solutions, who's been working on the Aspen discovery system. And he's going to be talking to us about where that project came from, what his involvement has been in it over the years, and what he hopes from it for the future, and how both support companies like PTFS Europe and also new customers of Aspen can get involved in the future.
So Mark, thank you very much for joining us. If you'd like to start by just telling us what started you on the journey to developing Aspen. What were the needs of life?
So I've been working on open source discovery for about 12 years now. So I've been at various companies as well as on my own independently. At the road towards Aspen actually started, I was working as a contractor. And we started with ViewFind by Villanova. The consortium that I was working for at the time as a contractor really liked ViewFind and liked what it did, but it didn't do enough for public libraries and consortia. So they really wanted to focus more on the public library side and more on the consortia side. And as part of that development, over the course of those 12 years that I've been working on it now, I was able to sit down with both staff and patrons and do usability studies. And those usability studies were anywhere from 5 minutes as people came up to a desk to sitting down with people for an hour to kind of see how they use discovery, what some of their pain points were, what they thought was easy and what was hard. And those usability studies have really informed the direction of Aspen development for both patron and staff. So Aspen in its current incarnation started about almost 3 years ago now. And the first Aspen discovery installation was Basin County Libraries, which was a consortium of smaller libraries in Utah. And they'd really been looking for quite a while at getting better discovery. Other solutions for them, though, were either too expensive or They even had vendors flat out refuse to give them a quote. And with Aspen, we really wanted to make sure that first-class discovery was available and affordable for libraries of all sizes, and really increase the adoption rate for open source discovery. As part of that, we kind of set out 4 main goals for Aspen that kind of guide our development and really make sure that we're focused on the right things. So those 4 goals are: we want to maximize patron usage of all library materials. We want complete integration with the underlying ILS and e-content providers. We want to make it easy for patrons to use Aspen, and we want to make it easy for library administrators to customize and maintain Aspen. And we really think that by focusing on those goals, it really helps to make sure that we're really truly satisfying the needs of libraries and their patrons. It's just a great way for us to really maintain that focus and make sure that we're building the right things. In the last year, our libraries came to us and said they wanted a mobile application that was available for their patrons. So we created and released Aspen Lita in the last month for patrons, and we're starting to see really good adoption of that. So we just really like to be responsive to our libraries and their patrons to make sure that they have first-class tools that are affordable.
So in the USA, what are you finding that libraries most like about Aspen? Why is it doing so well for you?
So first, Aspen is really more fully featured than other discovery layers. And our support costs are really competitive. So the first thing that everyone notices about Aspen Discovery is the record grouping, which combines all of the formats together into one search result. We were the first discovery layer to do record grouping in that way. And really patrons, and that was back in 2014. And the usability studies that we were doing at that time and at this time, patrons just love it. It makes it so easy for patrons to find all of the different formats that a library owns. So before that, it was really easy for patrons to not really understand the full breadth of the collection. After you get through 4 pages of Pride and Prejudice, it's hard to find that, oh yeah, on that 5th page, the library does own the audiobook that is what you're really looking for. So that's something that patrons really like. Another thing is we integrate with all of the popular e-content sources, at least in the US. So right now we include support for Overdrive, Hoopla, Cloud Library, Access 360. And again, patrons and libraries love having that content fully integrated. So you're able to search, find everything that's available, and also use it. So you can check it out, place holds, view it. Depending on the vendor, you can start reading right online. You never have to log in again. And that works with Aspen Lita as well. So especially with something like Overdrive, you're able to go straight through. If you're using the read online function, you don't even really need to download Libby. So it's a great way to kind of simplify and again, make sure that patrons see everything that you have. A lot of other discovery layers won't include all of the e-content. So it may be that you're paying a lot for something like Access 360, but if that's not integrated into the discovery, patrons just won't find it and won't use it. And kind of along those lines, we work with most of the major ILSs, and that helps just increase adoption. So no matter what ILS the library uses for their staff, patrons can have a great user experience with both web version and mobile devices. So that's really a big win for libraries, and we're seeing a lot of adoption, not just on Koha, but on other ILSs as well, which really gives libraries the flexibility to choose the tools that make the most sense for them and their staff, as well as their patrons, and to be able to make the choice for the staff versus patrons independently. We also branch out beyond traditional discovery to give libraries the ability to integrate things like events and digital archives into Aspen. So when I was younger, I really enjoyed reading about the town that I live in, and I was going to the library and trying to find digital resources or just history books about the town. I found a bunch of books. What I didn't realize until probably 6 to 8 years later was that my library actually has a huge digital archives collection with information about the town, but it was so hidden on the website that I never knew that it existed, even though I was exactly their target market. So with Aspen, we allow that information to all be discoverable directly within Aspen. So as people are doing research into histories of town, or students are doing reports, they can find primary resources. We really just want to make sure that those collections are accessible to patrons. And then just in the last, it's been a little over a year now, we introduced a web builder feature. So libraries can use Aspen Discovery for their entire web presence. So we actually allow libraries to create both web pages and menus directly within Aspen. So we found a lot of our libraries came to us and said, hey, we just don't have great tools to build pages and to create forms, to create pages, informational pages, and we want to use those either entirely as a replacement for our current website or as a supplement. So that's been very, very popular. We've got about a dozen libraries now using Aspen for their entire web presence, which is really nice. Just help to give libraries some of those better tools. And then finally, our libraries love the frequency of releases. We release updated code monthly, so libraries never have to wait long for new functionality. We definitely have libraries switching from other tools that are like, yeah, I got one release once or twice a year. And that was just not enough for discovery and for something patron facing, because we all know that the patron side of things, we've got so many tools and websites that are changing so fast. We were just talking this week about button styles, and button styles are something that change and just have different trends. So we can support all the different button styles so that things look the way patrons want them to, and we can keep up with modern trends. And to do that, having the release schedule that's more quick is better. And then once more, so at Bywater, we really pride ourselves on our support and work really closely with libraries during the implementation process to make sure that libraries understand all the functionality within Aspen Discovery and customize it to how their library operates. And then, of course, after a library is fully live, we continue to work with them with their questions and helping them with new features. And we'll talk more about it later, but also working with them to try to figure out what else we need to build to improve Aspen Discovery and Aspen Leda and make it better for them.
What is it that you think makes Aspen a great front end for the Koha library management system?
So although, like we were saying earlier, Aspen works with nearly any ILS, using Koha for the ILS gives the most functionality. So using Koha, the setup of Aspen is much easier than with other ILSs. And also we're able to pull a lot of the settings directly from Koha, so you don't need to configure things in two places, which is really nice. Just makes it easier to configure and set up. So it's always hard when you have to do redundant information. So we want to streamline all of that for our libraries and librarians. And then also Aspen Discovery gives a more modern front end with lots of features that patrons love. And over the years, like the big thing that I've learned about libraries is that we all do things a little bit differently. We all live in different communities, we have different collections, we have different policies. And with Aspen Discovery, we don't want to force everybody to do the same thing. So just like Koha is very customizable so that it fits your workflows, and it adapts to you rather than you adapting to it. Same thing with Aspen. We want to make sure that it can be customized to adapt to each library's unique needs.
Aspen's an open source platform. So what are your hopes for the Aspen developer community? And how can libraries adopting Aspen contribute to that community?
So just in the last week, we had a meeting of all of our support companies for Aspen Discovery, and we wound up having companies from 4 different continents that are all supporting libraries in their regions with Aspen, and they're all working on contributing to Aspen. So it's a very exciting time for Aspen. The adoption rate has been tremendous, and the amount of international support is just amazing. So we're really thrilled to have so many people interested. One of the first impacts of that is a lot of the different translations and the localizations. So Aspen's got a very robust translation system built into it. We, even within a single language, so for people using Aspen in English, we don't force the same terminology. People can translate the text of Aspen even within English. So like we were saying earlier, every library is a little bit different. So what one library may call freeze and thaw holds, another library might call suspend and unsuspend, or suspend and resume. And we don't want to force libraries to pick a language. We want them to use whatever resonates well with their libraries. With one of our support companies, though, we've been working on having Aspen translated into Arabic. So they've done a lot of work on that translation, and also added right to left support. So we want to really make sure that we're meeting patrons where they are, and that we're really working to support them the best. We don't want to say, here's a solution that's okay for you, and yes, you can read and understand what it's doing, but it doesn't really seem native. And since we're not native Arabic speakers, we're not good people to do that. So working with some of the different support vendors internationally has been a great way to understand all of those different regional differences. We're also looking to see support for several different new e-content sources. So although some of the e-content sources we mentioned earlier are available internationally, there's a lot of other ones that are available internationally that we want to see support for as well. And we've definitely talked with the developer community about adding those, which is going to be wonderful to just be able to support more of that. We're also actively soliciting library feedback on new features to build for Aspen, and ask libraries to help us test new releases of Aspen. So several of our sites host test instances and work with us as we put out new functionality to make sure that it meets their needs. Because of that amount of customization that we offer, and because each library is a little bit different, each library may have different reporting needs and that kind of thing, as we talk about, like e-commerce integration. It's what works well if you're doing a PayPal integration may need to be a little bit different for a Comprise integration or something like that. So we're really working with libraries to make sure that their needs are well met. As part of that, Bywater Solutions hosts a monthly community meeting that all libraries are welcome to attend, whether in the US or internationally. And during that meeting, we're talking about different aspects of Aspen and talking directly to libraries about their priorities. And since it's hard for people to make one meeting, we do run polls to make sure that anybody who can attend the meeting still contributes and can still give input. So it's not just a case of if you can make it, that's the only way that you get the input. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the collaborations continue and to see new libraries adopt Aspen Discovery and Aspen Lida in more places. And I'm really excited for a time where, like Koha, we have Aspen Discovery conferences in both the US and internationally, where libraries and developers can get together to work on Aspen Discovery in a collaborative environment.
So what are the current top roadmap goals for Aspen?
So some of the things coming in the next quarter to the next year, and of course, it's always a little bit hard to pull out the crystal ball, but definitely some of the things in the next quarter will be there the next year. It's going to depend on some of the library feedback that we get, since priority shifts. And a year and a half ago, we definitely, or 2 years ago, we definitely were planning to do some different things and focus has changed with the pandemic. So we need to react to all of those things. But some of the big things that we're looking at are both Evergreen and Folio integration. So these are kind of the last two major ILSs that Aspen Discovery needs to integrate with. We've got a lot of interest from libraries using those platforms, both in the US and internationally. And those are also some integrations, especially the Folio integration is probably something that we're going to be looking at building with partnership from some of our international partners. So really excited to work on some of those last two big ILSs. Another area, so we've got EBSCO EDS integration that a lot of libraries are using. But we also have a lot of interest and a lot of usage of EBSCO host. So it's going to look a lot like the EBSCO EDS integration, but allow EBSCO host to be used in place of EBSCO EDS. So then you don't have to have that EDS subscription as well. So that's going to be exciting to do. And of course, Aspen Lida, we released just last month to the public. So we're going to continue to do a lot of work on that. One of the things that we've had a lot of interest from our libraries is being able to rebrand Aspen Lida so that it's specific to an individual library, so that a library could have their app listed within the app stores and have their logo, colors, and those kind of things, and just go to their collection. So we really think that's going to help increase the adoption of Aspen Lida and also help libraries to best communicate directly with their patrons. We're working on some more e-commerce platforms. So we've got integrations now with 3 or 4. There's at least 2 or 3 more that we'd like to add, just so that our libraries have a lot of flexibility with the different payment methods. It's so often something that a county requires, or whatever the governing institution is what's dictating those e-commerce platforms. So we want to make sure that we have enough different options that libraries can choose. And then integration of additional event platforms. So right now we're integrating with Library Market's library calendar, and we want to allow libraries to use additional providers. So definitely things like LibCal, because event promotion is another area that so often is hard for patrons to find. A lot of times you have to know where on the website to go. And with Aspen, we bring it directly through into the discovery layer, which just makes it that much easier to find. The next big area that's super exciting to me is sharing content. So we've got placards, translations, browse categories, lists, all kinds of different content that's created within Aspen by a library. Our libraries have expressed the ability to, or the desire to be able to share that content with other libraries. So if one library is creating a placard for language learning using Mango languages, other libraries can replicate that. And if one library has a great resource on read-alikes for a particular book, they could share that. And we really want to make that easier for libraries. And we're really looking forward to seeing libraries be able to do a lot of additional collaboration. We really think it fits into the open source model, where it's not only open source software, but open source content as well. And librarians are so great at collaborating that we really want to encourage that and see all of that sharing. Again, with Aspen Lita, there's additional functionality that works best in a mobile app that we're looking at adding. So things like self-checkout and patron notifications. By being able to scan barcodes, we'd be able to potentially do some of that self-checkout and make it easy for patrons to do that. And then apps are a great way to send patrons notifications. So one of the things that, well, I know I get enough email that I don't always have time to look at all of the emails. So, but when an app pops up a notification, it's easier for me to see. So if we can do that for things like, hey, your book's due tomorrow, or your book's due today, or the library is closed today, those would be great things that are really best suited to a mobile app. So some different ways to communicate with patrons that way. And then, of course, as we look at these and other features, we're closely working with our partners and the community in general to ensure that we're always working on the right things, and we're really, as we said earlier, looking forward to collaborating with some of the other groups working on this, collaborating with PTFS Europe to continue to build Aspen Discovery and make sure that it really works for our libraries as well as internationally. It's a very exciting time. So thank you for the opportunity to talk with you all. And I'm very excited to see the community grow and evolve, and look forward to hearing all of your input and being able to see all of your libraries go live.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's been great to spend time talking to you.
Okay, so thank you very much to Mark Noble of Bywater Solutions for giving up his time to record that question and answer session with us, and for us to be able to share it with you today. I should just mention, if any of you aren't able to stay with us for the whole day, that's no problem. But just to let you know that all of the sessions will be made available on our YouTube channel afterwards. So you'll always be able to catch up with any of the bits that you miss out on today because of other diary commitments. Also, just to mention, please make sure you, if you have any questions at all during the day, that you make use of the chat function in Zoom, or if you're joining us on the YouTube live stream, then the chat function on YouTube as well, to ask any questions you have or make comments about what you're seeing. We've got staff who are looking after answering those questions and talking to you on those chat channels. I'm really delighted now. I mentioned in my introduction earlier that Martin was going to be talking to us. So Martin Renvoize, our development manager, head of development and communities at PTFS Europe, is going to talk to you now about some development that he's doing in partnership with the Durham Learning Resources team. This development is around collections and bookings in Koha. So I'm going to hand over to Martin, and he'll give you a presentation, a bit of a demonstration.
Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see so many people on the live stream today. As Andrew said, I'm the head of development and community engagement for PTFS, and I'm going to be taking the bold move today and giving a bit of a live demo of something that's still in development. So wish me luck. I'll start by trying to share the screen, which it doesn't want to do. Alish, you may need to allow me to share screen. At the moment, it's only letting me do whiteboard. I must admit, this isn't a problem I predicted. Okay.
That's showing now, Martin.
Plan B is letting me do portion of screen instead of screen. Can we see that now? Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to start by demonstrating the item bundling development that we're working on. So this is the ability to bundle various items together into one new item that can be circulated as a whole. So you might use this for things like resource boxes for schools, where you may want to group a set of historical resources into one History 101 box, or for another example, maybe a music library where they wish to bundle together an orchestral set, so a set of instruments or a set of musical sets. So the bundling feature, you have to create an overall bundle bibliographic record to be able to search on. And the only thing special about a bundle bibliographic is we need to make sure Koha knows it's a collection type record. So that's the leader position 7 needs to be a collection C. So here's one I've prepared earlier. So upon saving with your collection level C, I've got my example Roman history set 1, and I've added just a normal item to circulate. In this case, I've created a new item type of resource box to this item. And by being a collection type record, we've exposed a new manage bundle button in the holdings record. Clicking that will expose a little bit more functionality so we can manage our set. As you can see here, at the moment, there are no items added to our set. So we've got a nice add to bundle button and a nice remove from bundle. So to create a bundle, it's a case of scanning barcodes for items that we want to add into this set. So I'm going to copy from a previous record. So as we're making a Roman set, I'm adding some lectures on Epistle to the Romans. And I'm going to copy the barcode of the first item. Of course, in real life, you're more likely to scan, but I don't have a scanner at my home office. So we've successfully added the new item. It comes up with a nice pop-up. If I try and add the same one again, you'll get a friendly error message to say the item is already attached. If I try and add a non-existing item, you'll get a slightly less friendly error to say that your item may not exist. And let's add a few more to make the bundle a bit more interesting. And one from a completely different record. And we deliberately don't close the box so you can just scan, submit all in one action rather than having to reopen the box. And on close, we'll find that the table updates to display the current list. Let's look at the records. Go away, Zoom. That we've just added. You can see they should now say they're given a not for loan status, so you can't loan them individually anymore. And they come up with a link saying added to bundle and the bundle that they're now linked to. So you can see I added two items from lectures on Epistle to the Romans, and I left one as concirculated on its own, and I added one from the Epistle of Paul to the Romans. So you can see that that single item is no longer for loan and is part of the Roman history set. Similarly, we can remove items in the same sort of way. At the moment, because I want to show you how the circulation side works, we'll leave those as is. So checking out. Checking out works as it does with other normal items. So we search for patron and we check out using the barcode of the parent item. So in this case, our box 1. You're seeing a preview of the next step. So our checkout worked as expected. No verification or validation at this point. Your box should now be in the hands of the patron. Checking in, just checking for my notes to make sure I've not missed anything. Checking in is similar to checking in as normal. So scan the barcode of the overall item, but this time we are faced with a validation or verification modal. So you have a list of all of the items you're expecting to see in the bundle, and the expectation is that you scan each of the items out of the box and into your at check-in to verify that they're actually present. Good barcodes will immediately give you a verified prompt. If it's a bad or unexpected item, so if someone's put the wrong item in the box you're checking in, you'll get an unexpected prompt. And the expectation is that you scan as many items as you've got. But in this case, I'm going to deliberately act as if one of the items hasn't come back. So I'm going to confirm check-in and mark any items that were missing as lost. So as we can see here, we have a new alert saying the bundle has some missing items. It gives us the ability to view and print a contents list, an updated contents list, which will now miss out the ones that were marked as missing, and the ability to view a list of the missing items in case you want to go and pick off your shelves so you can replace some of them. And the items that were missing are now marked as using a new item lost status. And as we checked out to David, there we go, we should now see, we can link to his record that there is now a claims returned lost line. So he lost the lectures on Epistle particular item, and it was due on that check-in, just part of the bundle. We can also see let's check one of my other examples. So we can see the item he lost is now marked as lost as part of the bundle, but it's still attached to the bundle, so you can see where it went lost. And that links through to the returns claim message as well. So you can track where your items are, whether they've been checked in, whether they've been gone missing from a box, and you can then chase up to claim. If someone claims they returned it as part of a bundle check-in, you can then track whether that individual items within a box are overdue, and go and trace them. I think that's everything on the bundling of items. I'll take questions after this chit chat. So we can move on to item bookings. So item bookings, that is the ability to book an item ahead of time for a particular window of time. So as opposed to holds or reserves, where you're placing a reserve and you're put in a queue to wait for the next time the item comes back, bookings allows you to pick a specific date to circulate that item. So we have a new button on item records or on bib records, place booking. The place booking modal allows you to search for your user. Development server is always a little bit slow. You can either pick any item or pick a specific item at this point. And then you've got a period where you can pick your dates to make that booking. And it's obviously a period. Submit. And your booking should have been placed. If I try to do a second booking on that item, we should find that the date period is now grayed out. There we go. It took a while to get the information from the background. So the 1st to the 8th is now grayed out because that item is already booked for that period. We can't book it for that same period again. We've also added a new bookings tab in the details of the record. Where we show a graphical representation of which items are booked over what period, and there's also a table for that as well. And then finally, there is a new report under the circulation area, bookings to collect. So in a similar way, you may be doing holds to pull, so going and grabbing items off of shelves in the queue for people to come and collect. Bookings works on a similar way. We have a bookings to pull report. You can pick your dates. We can see it's the start date of that booking. So we've got 2 bookings, KS1 resource box and Roman history that start today and thus need to be picked off the shelf and marked as ready for users to come and collect. Let's try and check out our box. Ooh. So we know that box 1 was booked for today. And due to that, we get a confirmation dialog, and we will reduce the due date automatically and then give you the option to cancel that checkout. But we'll reduce that due date, which will have normally been set by the circulation rules. We'll reduce it so that the book is, or the item is meant to be back before that booking date. That is as far as we've got with bookings at the moment. To say this is all quite work in progress. So I'm pleased it's gone as well as it has. Things we're looking to add. At the moment, bookings are tied to circulation rules in terms of what you are allowed to book, but they are not tied to circulation rules for the period you can book for. I intend to add that. And I intend to add a buffer period. So in that previous check-in, it said you can't check out, or we're reducing your loan period. I'm going to add the ability to reduce that loan period and give a 1-day buffer so that before the item is due back out again, for example. And we're working on some logistics pieces for the learning resources libraries. Do we have any questions if I monitor the chat for a moment? Zoom's catching up. I can see chat coming in.
There is a question, Martin, about bookings. Can they be made by the hour?
Yes, so bookings have been, I've added the ability in the background at the moment, and you can choose hourly or daily loans. Your hourly or daily loan setting for the item also affects how the booking can be done at an hourly or daily level for your booking period. So yes, that's built in, but at the moment it will have to match the rest of the circulation rule for that particular item type patron combination. Could it be tailored to work as a room booking system? So it's very much tied to catalogue records. So if you can come up with an inventive way of cataloguing rooms, I don't see why it couldn't be used as a room booking mechanism on top. Good question. Could it be possible to issue individual items from a bundle rather than those items not for loan, becoming not for loan, e.g. a set of vocal scores? Someone might want to take the set but might only want one. Both options would be good. So at the moment, it still depends on the not for loan statuses. So as long as your librarian has the option to force a checkout, so let's take a look at this one. I'm not showing my screen. Yeah, so if I try and check out an item that's in part of a booking, part of a bundle, my system's suddenly going slow. So check out, let's try Lucy this time, shall we? Apart from Lucy is restricted, let's go back to my David record. So you would get prompted with, this is part of a bundle, normally not for loan, yes, override. And in that case, it marks the item as missing from bundle but checked out. So it gives you, it keeps track that it should be part of the bundle, but allows for that override. Zoom, come back. What was the next question? Yes, Chromebooks could be loaned for 4 hours. I think that would work with bookings. We've created room passes as an item. Yep, brilliant. So rooms could work as a booking system with that mechanism. Easy remove. So in terms of bookings from the OPAC, that's part of a work in progress. I am going to expose exactly this to the OPAC. Similarly, it will be tied to circulation rules so you'll have a similar to the allow hold from OPAC and allow hold on shelf. There'll be allow booking from OPAC as a circulation option, and it will book in a similar way is the aim. Work in progress. Okay, I think that brings me pretty much up to my time. So I'd like to introduce next, we've got a video from Matthew Hale of the King's Fund, in which he talks about the experience of implementing Elasticsearch with Koha. Thank you everyone for listening.
Good morning, I'm Matthew from the King's Fund. We've used Koha, supported by PTFS Europe, for 12 years now. The King's Fund is a health charity in central London, and our library focuses on health and social care management and related areas. We provide services to our small number of staff, but the library operates under a public library licence, and we have a remit to extend our external public reach as far as possible. A couple of charts taken from Metabase illustrate that while our core audience is in the UK, we attract users from around the world. It's also clear from the number of Koha visits that our online engagement is trending upwards. Our collection is around 138,000 bibliographic records. We have an authority index of about 18,000 controlled subject terms, which we add to and amend on an ongoing basis. Around half of our bibliographic records are abstracts of our journal articles, which necessitates our extensive use of local subfields of the 773 mark field to contain information about journal articles. This means that it has been difficult to search and display information from those fields. The most immediate attraction with Elasticsearch is that it resolves the difficulties in searching that punctuation has caused for us for a very long time. Even our organisation name contains an apostrophe, and we make frequent use of ampersands in our subject terms. One of the very first issues we raised with the help desk when we went live with Koha was that punctuation wasn't being handled correctly, and it was certainly the first issue for which we found a resolution upstream, a solution that is available but earmarked for a later release, and we're able to apply the patch to the existing system. But the handling of punctuation and the inner workings and configurations of Zebra remain puzzling and at times problematic. Primarily, the bibliographic collection is the core of our services, and we wanted the best tools available to retrieve the most relevant results, and we weren't sure that Zebra represented that. About 6 years ago, I installed Elasticsearch locally with some test data. From a development and curiosity perspective, it is a really fun tool to configure and experiment with, using text, numeric values and even geodata. I demonstrated it to the rest of the library team and was able to show how flexible Elasticsearch is and provides the most relevant results rather than simply matching search criteria in a binary way. And they were convinced of its value too, so we had already paved the way for later Elasticsearch implementation. While they were quite attached to the image of a zebra running around behind the scenes, the idea of an elk, the acronym for the Elasticsearch stack with Logstash and Kibana, was equally appealing. In the past few years, we've kept an eye on the increasing work of implementing Elasticsearch within Koha, and discussions and presentations at KohaCon 19 in Dublin demonstrated Elasticsearch in Koha had become a robust and reliable solution. Bernard and Jonathan's presentation at the Customer Day last year was evidence that PTFS Europe are now fully committed to Elasticsearch, and Jonathan described it as the direction of travel. We've worked as a team as normal remotely from day one of the lockdown, and only reopened recently to the public, so the challenge of implementing such a change was not affected by working remotely. Without question, Elasticsearch is a powerful tool. Implemented in a range of contexts for a variety of solutions, the chart demonstrates not just the lead it holds over similar software in a range of measures, but that it is increasing in popularity. The list below the chart is just a selection of the high-profile adopters. So when PTFS Europe asked for volunteers to be early adopters of Elasticsearch in Koha, we were happy to be involved. While Elasticsearch is constantly being developed, so the implementation of Elasticsearch into Koha is ongoing. Martin has obviously done huge amounts of work in this area, which means there is more reason than ever to be on the latest version of Koha. So alongside implementing Elasticsearch itself, the first step was a test upgrade to the latest available stable version, in our case 20.11. The initial index building revealed some historic errors in our item records, caused, ironically, by escaped apostrophes, which Bernard and Ian helped to sort out, so we got a free data cleanse thrown in. And we had a working version of Elasticsearch ready to test by mid-March. I always had visions of testing the relevance of results retrieved by Zebra and Elasticsearch side by side, measuring precision and recall, but this approach wasn't practical. I was already asking library staff to test the upgrade to 20.11 in addition to usual duties, and given that the library was closed, it wasn't feasible to engage users. Instead, given that the user interface doesn't change, and with phrase searching provides an experience even more familiar to that which users have on other search engines, we focused on testing with Kathy, our most experienced searcher among the library staff, who makes most use of CCL, Common Command Language, queries, and made the assumption that if she was happy, then everybody would be happy. So our approach was to replicate existing complex CCL searches under Elasticsearch to get the same results. This involved making sure Boolean terms were uppercased as required by Elasticsearch, that we made full use of phrase searching, and that we were precise in our use of brackets. We eventually achieved that, a couple of hindrances being the realisation that with the complexities of Zebra, we were perhaps not 100% sure that it was ever doing what we thought it was all the time, and remembering to take account of records added in the time between the data dump for the Elasticsearch test server and the Zebra results on our live server. One issue which we couldn't easily resolve was that Elasticsearch doesn't handle a space after a colon, so with a CCL term such as AU, colon, for author, it wasn't working, and in the end, rather than trying to reprogram Kathy's muscle memory, I did a piece of JavaScript which, on the fly, will remove a space following a colon typed in the search box. We also discovered that iPhones, and presumably all Apple devices, won't phrase search correctly with the fancy apostrophes, so it is necessary to turn off smart punctuation. The most useful and succinct guides I found to configure Elasticsearch and searching are by Andrew Henry from Bywater Solutions, and we didn't really need much more than that in terms of documentation. The presentation by Philip Kren from Elasticco at Koha Con in Dublin gave an excellent general introduction to Elasticsearch. Unfortunately, it seems to have disappeared online, but I found a very similar talk he gave to the Bulgarian Java user group, and his very useful introduction to full text searching using a Star Wars dialogue example is about 7 minutes into that video. And of course there is a wealth of other material online providing an introduction to Elasticsearch more generally. We went live at the end of April. The migration to Koha 20.11 and Elasticsearch was very smooth, thanks particularly to John Turner and Lucy, and went unnoticed by our users. From the admin side, the Elasticsearch configuration is accessed from a new menu option under Catalogue, and the configurations are held in 3 tables. Obviously these are just small sections of those tables for illustration, but immediately you can see how clearly the information is displayed and how it's now possible to understand how indexes are created. The search fields table shows the available indexes, the abbreviation for expert searching, and the weighting can be adjusted here, so adding a value will boost the relevance of results towards the respective field. That should happen immediately with no rebuild required. The bibliographic table shows the fields that are used in each index, so here we can see the 5 marked fields that go into constructing our author index. I've included the authorities table for completeness, but we've not had much cause to look at it. The main configuration change we've made was to index the 490V field so that we can search for a number in the series title. I simply added a line to map 490V to the title and to the title series indexes, contacted a help desk to ask for an index rebuild to be scheduled. That took between half an hour and an hour to run, and immediately after that the field was searchable. As you can see, these tables are quite lengthy, with 3 consecutive yes/no fields in some cases, so I added support to an existing enhancement request on Bugzilla to add floating table headers so you don't need to keep scrolling to the top to remind yourself what the column values represent. And surprisingly, I got a response within an hour from a developer in the States to say that the development was already in the next version of Koha, which to me underlined that there is a lot of active Elasticsearch development, and there's also a lot of developer interest in resolving issues with Elasticsearch. For the near future, I'd like to run some systematic evaluations to see if we can change weightings to improve relevance of search results. It would also be nice to get people more familiar with the new search tools that Elasticsearch offers, and to explore extracting the data from our 773 subfields into meaningful indexes. In general, Elasticsearch is definitely the way forward and provides a platform for possible integration with other services in the future. Users will see little or no difference with Elasticsearch, but it's a huge improvement from an admin and librarian's perspective. The transparency in how indexes and search results are constructed, as well as the availability of more advanced search tools, means we can more easily deliver better results to our users. And overall, a basic understanding of how Elasticsearch works more generally is at the least very useful, and I would hope for some fascinating. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Matthew, for doing that recording and sharing your thoughts about Elasticsearch in Koha. We're going to move on now to our last session before the coffee break. So I'm joined by Bernard, who's going to do the bulk of this session.
Good morning.
But before we get on to that, I'm just going to give a little bit of background to what the idea behind the Metabase repository is, where it's come from, and what we hope to achieve with it. So just first of all, to mention, for those that don't know, Metabase is an open source analytics platform that we've been supporting at PTFS Europe now for a number of years. And there are quite a number of customers that are using Metabase, and certainly many of our implementations that we have underway at the moment, we're implementing Metabase as part of those implementations. One of the customers that's been using Metabase for quite a long time is the City of Glasgow College, as part of the Glasgow Colleges group. And they implemented Metabase back in 2019. And it was George Harkins and Penny Robertson who came to us after last year's customer day with the idea of creating a Metabase repository that could do a number of things. First of all, this repository could be populated by an anonymized set of data, so that the data could be accessed by anyone without worries about anonymity, about data protection, and so on. It could be a place for users of Metabase to share reports that they've created, to share dashboards that they find useful in their organizations, and also to see what other people are doing and pick up and borrow and use other people's reports that they're sharing with the group, with the repository, and use them in their libraries. And it's also a sort of safe space to try out new queries and experiment on some safe data. And Bernard will perhaps say more about how we're looking after that data and uploading it and anonymizing it and so on. So the idea will be that the repository will be a completely separate to customers, separate instance of Metabase, hosted free by PTFS Europe. And Glasgow Colleges Library Group are kindly providing us the source data, which is what we're going to be using to then create the anonymized data set. And then sort of in tandem with the repository, we're also establishing a Metabase user group, which will be chaired by George of Glasgow. And we'll meet, we've not really determined the frequency, but maybe a couple of times a year. And that's an opportunity for users to actually discuss how they're using the repository, how they're using Metabase, and anything else relating to Metabase and the use of the system with the library management system. So I'm going to just hand over to Bernard now to take over.
Okay, thank you. So basically what we're trying to do here is we've created a repository. We've put a few things in to get us started, but in fact, the shape of how it develops in the future is very much something to be decided by the user group itself. So one of the first things I did was went straight over to the Koha reports wiki and take a few of the reports from there and plonk them into Metabase just to get them running. So sort of a start of a repository. And I also added some of the reports that we had done for customers, some of the more complex ones, because obviously this is very much the idea of, you know, we create the report once and then a whole load of people can use it rather than doing the same thing again and again, which is rather inefficient. So I'm going to show you a few things. I'm just going to break out of the PowerPoint to show you the actual real thing. Move these controls out of the way, that's right. So here we go. This is the repository itself. At the moment, I'm logged in as more of a sort of administrative level where I've been setting things up. So it looks very much like most Metabase repositories that you will have been used to. But down here, I've created some new collections. So we've got the concept of having different collections for different sectors. So academic libraries, health libraries, public libraries, and of course, all these can be added to. So one of the first things I thought may be useful is to be able to produce the reports that organizations have to do every year. So for academic libraries, for example, that's the SCONL reports. So I've created a dashboard for academic libraries, which is called SCONL Statistics. And there you can see that. At the moment, not a lot of data in it, but the idea is that you could potentially have, you know, each university might take care of one or two of these questions each year, because the criteria does change from year to year, rather than every university having to write all of the queries for all of the questions every year. And then what you would be able to do, because this is sitting on top of the anonymized data for Glasgow City, you can see it on here, but you would then be able to take the various things across to your own Metabase. So for example, if I was to go into one of the queries on this dashboard, 3.1 for example, and when I open editor, I can see the MySQL that is behind that. And all I have to do is literally copy and paste that and put that in my own local Metabase. And then that should mean you can run your SCONL question 3.1 and it's all done. So in terms of other sectors, the public libraries, for example, they use the CITFA standard. Whoops. Okay, should use the CITFA standard. That's not showing today for some reason. I'll show you about that in a minute. And health libraries, they may have a standard as well that I'm not aware of. So you get the idea. And the way this can be configured when it's being configured all correctly, and we've probably tested it, is that the customers, when you sign up as a customer, and hopefully George will set you up on here, it means that you'll have a slightly different view. So here in this other browser that I've just gone to, I've got myself logged in as a customer, and I've been set up using the collections function to only have access to the academic libraries collection, because, for example, I'm working in an academic library, because I don't necessarily want to see the public library ones. But I also have another collection here of general customer submitted queries. So this is where if you've written anything that you think may be of use to the community, you would be able to put it in here. And as before, you would be able to go into there, look at the SQL, take that and put it in your own system. So this is the sort of sharing area, if you like. And of course, you need to be able to write your questions here. So this might be the other way around. So you've written the question in your local Metabase. If you've used the custom method of querying, where you don't actually have to know anything about SQL, then you'll just have the builder, and you'll simply look at one against the other and copy the same things in from one to the other. On the other hand, if you've used the native query sort of side of things, then you will just do select all from, just take your MySQL and you will put that straight into your system, sorry, from your system into this system, and then it will be shared with the whole community. So as I say, this is very much a starting point, just having a bit of a look at the data that's in here. We have got the anonymized data at the moment in this Koha database is from Glasgow City. So just to, we basically built a specification in conjunction with Glasgow as to how they would like to have their data anonymized, and that's what we've produced in here. And that data will get refreshed probably every 2 or 3 months. And the idea behind that is that we wanted you to be able to run reports on data that was reasonably current. That's obviously more important in terms of current loans, and if you're running dates that like last month or whatever. So we just wanted to be able to refresh the data like that. So we'll be taking on that task. Yeah, I think that's probably about it. Let's see if I've got any more things on here that I've missed. Yes, I've done the view from the customer side. So it uses the collections functionality, which if you've had your training, you'll know about in the admin side, where we can restrict people to particular collections when you set them up as users. So it's all fairly simple to set up. So yeah, that's a brief sort of zip through that, but I'm very happy to take any questions if there are any. Nope. Looks like that's that then. Okay, so yeah, very much looking forward to seeing this in action. We will certainly be continuing to submit our queries if a customer comes and asks for something and it's been particularly, taken us some time to do it, and we will put it on here so that you can pick these up, and hopefully this is a much more efficient use of everybody's time. So thank you for listening, and we're now going to be taking a short break, and we'll be back at 11:45 after coffee.
So I'd like to welcome everybody back from coffee break. Hopefully you've been able to pop to the kitchen and get yourself a coffee. We certainly have. And I'm delighted to introduce a short video now from Andrew Farthing, who's the manager of Sefton Libraries. And that's going to be followed by a live demonstration from Auld Charillon, one of our new employees, who's been working closely with Sefton on their Aspen implementation. Andrew's, though, first going to tell us about his experience as an early adopter of Aspen at Sefton.
Hello everyone, I'm Andrew Farthing from Sefton Library Service. Sefton, where, you may ask? Well, we're a coastal local authority just north of Liverpool. We're home to the Grand National. So you see Sefton on the TV every year. Our largest town is Southport, which boasts the oldest iron pier in the country, which was opened in 1860. And we currently host Anthony Gormley's Another Place exhibition, which has 100 life-size iron statues dotted all along some of our 15 miles worth of flat sandy beach. And we've been using Koha since 2015, and today I'm here to talk to you about the way that we're developing Aspen as one of the first adopters of the system in the country. So I guess the first question on your lips is, who would be stupid enough to buy an undeveloped system, new to PTFS, new to the UK market, and completely untested? Who would want to buy and risk buying a system like that? Well, in my defense, I have to say that we weren't the first adopters of Aspen. That was Newcastle Libraries. So you could say that they're even more daft than us. but that's where you'd be completely wrong. You see, Newcastle and Sefton, we're both canny northern library services with our wallets firmly sewn shut. And we only spend our money when we think a product is good enough for us, or we get the best deal. Now in Sefton, we try and keep as far away from the council IT department as possible. We are required to have the council hardware like PCs, laptops, and printers, and consequently it's all really old and clunky. I mean, we nicknamed our printer Bob Marley because it was always jamming. However, we've managed to extract most of the library-specific software from their hands, and now software changes are all managed in-house by the library's team. But we don't have a systems librarian. So that's an important point for us, which you'll see later on. Now, I won't bore you with Aspen or some of the things that attracted us to us, but here's a slide with them on. For us, we saw the potential immediately of what Aspen could deliver for us, and in particular, how it could support some of the corporate objectives of the library service. In Sefton, libraries sit in a council structure with teams that deliver early help and prevention work to some of the most vulnerable in the community. So families with addiction issues, with families on early help plans, or with isolation issues. And when Mark first demoed an embryonic Aspen system, he talked about how it could link with other websites. So when you were doing a search on your library catalogue, it also bring hits from other websites. And I thought to myself at the time, I wonder whether we could actually link in our catalogue to the social care directory. And as it turns out, we can. So I started mentioning Aspen to various team managers outside of the library service, and dropping into the conversation how much it is going to cost, and how the library service couldn't possibly pay for that. And my sell was this: wouldn't it be great if the library service was able to link to social care directories, so that when our customers were looking for books on things like domestic abuse, antisocial behaviour, or addiction issues, that they also got given links to the support services in the council and into the wider community. I'm not sure they really understood what I was talking about, but they liked the general concept. The trick with them is to actually use very simple words, no more than 2 syllables. Within 2 days of my dropping the Aspen into the conversation with people, I'd secured the installation costs for Aspen from, of all places, the youth offending team. Now, as an early adopter of Aspen, we got a very good discounted price on the product and a promise that we get much more support than we'd actually paid for. So why would PTFS do that? Well, because they need a working product to sell to other customers, which means it's in their interest to invest as much time as they can in developing the product with us, so that the final product is as glossy and jazz hands as possible. So we get more dedicated support time than normal. And because we don't have a systems librarian, that is critical to us. We need all the support we can get. So being an early adopter made absolute sense to us. One of the selling points that Aspen had was that it looked much better, much more flexible than our old WordPress site. And here's our old WordPress site. To be fair, our site is particularly boring, and we haven't really touched it. Now, as Mark explained to us, Aspen has the potential to update its content automatically. Huge bonus. And what we found, though, in developing the front end is that our ability to configure the pages are vastly more superior to the old OPAC. It's very much set up like the systems preferences in Koha administration, where you've got lots of drop-down options and lots of drop-down menus. All you have to do is select which ones you want to use. And this is a mock-up of where we're going with Aspen. This is a mock-up of the front end, the landing page for us. And as you can see, we've got a nice glossy new banner. We've got local history photos that is on a carousel that we can update automatically. The new fiction there, when new books come in, that automatically updates. And we've also got a calendar of events, which we haven't got working yet. But hopefully we'll have that working soon, and hopefully that will update its content automatically too. So to sum up, as an early adopter of Aspen, we've got a vastly superior product than our old OPAC. And because of its ability to link with other websites, we can tailor our search results and returns to provide hits to other council services, whatever the agenda you have. That's got to be good for the library service. But we've also got a flexible product now, one that will update its content automatically, that looks good, and we've had a hell of a lot more support than we paid for. And we got it at a good price, and for us, someone else paid for it, so happy days. Now, we've only had admin training, finished it in mid-October, so we've come a long way since then. We're hoping to go live probably January-ish, maybe earlier. I'm saying January because I don't really want it to break over the Christmas period. So I said at the beginning that you might think us mad to be an early adopter, but I don't think so. It makes absolute sense to take just a little bit of a risk sometimes. So I think now Auld is actually going to demonstrate where we've got with our system at this very point. Thank you.
Yeah, so as Andrew said, I'm just going to show you quickly, because there are so many things I could be showing you, but we only have 10 minutes now, what SafeStream's Aspen looks like at the moment. So again, Andrew said it's a work in progress. They are looking to relaunch it in January. But the team, Andrew and his team, have really worked a lot on the layout, and they have precise ideas of what they wanted it to look like. So hopefully that's what you can see now already. And what you can see is a kind of a translation of the mockup Andrew showed in his presentation. And as you can see, it's got that really nice banner at the top. It's got that local images carousel, which is using example images at the minute. And then it's got those featured resources underneath, and one of the fiction carousel, and as you can see, more space for other featured services. And Andrew mentioned how they were really interested that Aspen kind of updates automatically. And that's like that new fiction carousel is really an example of that, because it's not based on a list, so you don't have to go and pick the titles every time you get new titles coming in. It's based on a search, and the search criteria means you can select all the new fiction that has been added in the last month or in the last quarter, whichever actually suits your acquisition process. And that carousel and those covers would get updated automatically. So when Andrew speaks about like making it easier for his team, that's the kind of thing that is just the kind of thing in Aspen you don't even have to worry about. It talked also about the way it links to other services within the council, and I'm just going to show you some searches and to do that. And I actually realized I did a search earlier and I didn't clear it. So I'm just going to go back to another example. So Andrew mentioned the work with the youth offending team and how there are so much information in other parts of the council that a library user maybe wouldn't realize that all that information is available. So if we do a quick search, maybe for some rather serious topic like domestic abuse, so we'll have the results from the library catalog, some fiction, some non-fiction, but then you can see there are also content from other websites, like a group called the Liverpool Domestic Abuse Services that's coming up. And the other results at the minute, again, something we're working on, we are just doing at services, but they are coming from the directory of the Sefton CVS. So all these websites are being pulled over to show into here. I'm just going to show you another example that's more related to library services, but again, maybe library services that tend to be hidden in library catalog. So if I did a search for Bootle, so an area in Sefton which has its own library, so I'm getting kind of the library catalog results with the old maps of Bootle, the official handbook for Bootle, but I'm also getting results on the partner website side about Bootle Leisure Centre, information about Bootle Library from the Human Libraries Project, information about the soldiers from World War I from the Sefton World War I website. And if I go into those results, so I can see all these different websites. So the first one is actually from Active Sefton. Second one, as I said, is Human Libraries. In the middle, that Explore More is actually going back into the library catalog. So even when you're looking at the website results, there's still a reminder you're on the library catalog and there could be other resources elsewhere that could still be relevant to what you're searching. And then if I just continue down my list, you can see other results from the Sefton Council for Voluntary Service Directory, Sefton War Memorials, Sefton Looking Back, which is the sort of digital archive for Sefton. We're getting to the Bootle pool timetable. So all this different information that really gets pulled together in one place alongside the more library related results. The other thing that Andrew mentioned is really about how so integrating also with the other online services. So the search I was doing earlier was for the author Kate Riordan. So I'm just going to tap it in there already. I'm just going to change my search to make sure I'm searching in the library catalog. And if I do that, actually, I do get a suggestion. And so if I typed correctly, I would get an even better suggestion. There it is. And then I'm seeing all the results in the library catalog only this time. That's what I selected. And what I see is the first one is the heat wave, and it's showing me both the physical copy, the adult paperback, but also the ebook. And I've got a direct link to go straight to BorrowBox to then borrow this ebook directly. So that's the grouped work results that Mark Noble mentioned earlier this morning in his talk. And you can see that in the next record as well, where you've got both the large print and the audiobook grouped under the same title, because at least it shows your library users that there are different formats and they're all easily can easily be found in the same place. I'm just gonna, before I quickly show you the admin side, there's just a couple of other things I wanted to show you that the team at Sefton have done to really make this site their own and showcase their services. And it's those menus at the top, and they've put a lot of work into actually adding links that are relevant for their library members and for their citizens in Sefton about the library services, about different local history services. So again, highlighting those a bit more, and about the other online services. So here they've highlighted Ancestry and the digital archive again. So you might have noticed actually that Ancestry resource is the one we were seeing on the home page. So I'll just show you that again. So that was the one here. So if I wanted to change that and highlight a different one, I could just log in. So just give me a second to actually log in. So here, I'm logged in as an admin. If I was logging in as a library member, this is actually the page where you would see my loans. I would be able to renew. There would be different lines for which ones are online resources, which one are physical ones. But instead, I'm just going to jump straight into the administration module. And that's what it looks like. And Andrew mentioned how it looks more like the system administration side in Koha. So it's got those different sections, and I can jump straight into the one I'm interested in. And the one I'm interested in is that web builder one. Again, Andrew mentioned how much easier it was to create web pages on Aspen to kind of add a bit more to your online catalog. And I can create basic pages, or I can create custom pages. So actually, the home page for Sefton's Aspen is a custom page, and the difference is simply that you have different types of cell. So I'm just going to show you what that looks like. So I've got at the top, I've got my local images carousel, and then underneath I've got my other blocks. So if I wanted to change that ancestry one, I could just simply go into that that edit button. Then it's still a web resource I want to highlight, and instead of ancestry, I'm just going to select another one from that drop-down menu, save the changes, and when I go back to my home page, it's already there. So that's kind of how easy it is to then update your home page and highlight the resources you want. I'm realizing it's already time for me to stop talking, so I will do that now, and I will stop sharing my screen because in a minute, Jonathan is going to give you an overview about the different types of interlibrary loans and the trends in that area.
Okay, thank you very much to Auld and also to Andrew. Hopefully you found that interesting and tied in a bit with what Mark Noble was talking about earlier on this morning. So very interesting session. Thank you so much for that. We're going to move on now to talk about something completely different, interlibrary lending, which I know is a topic of interest to a lot of people. So before I hand over to David Peacock at the University of Hertfordshire and then Andrew Isherwood, our senior software engineer, I'm just going to present a very brief introduction, which really came out of something that we discussed at a company meeting a few months ago, where a lot of our staff were very confused about the different interlibrary loan providers in the marketplace and what was the difference between providers. And I think it is something that is quite confusing. So I will just talk briefly about the different models of interlibrary lending and then how that ties in with what you're going to see in just a minute from David and from Andrew. So it's a confusing and complicated area. There's a lot of acronyms, there's a lot of providers out there. And the question our staff was asking is what actually is the difference between these words, reshare, relay, rapid, they all sort of blur into one. So the way I think of it is that you have different types of interlibrary lending. You have what is called the sort of direct deliverer interlibrary lender. So that's somebody like the British Library, where you have a one-to-one relationship with them. You then have interlibrary loan providers who act as brokers on your behalf. So you know what you want, but you rely on somebody else to go out and find it. And then the third model really is resource sharing, where you're perhaps working in a more community-based interlending, where materials perhaps moving between library locations. Oh, sorry, let's move forward one. Okay. And the interesting thing, which I think David will highlight, is that the concept of a broker is emerging as something that is different to perhaps the traditional interlibrary lending model that we think about. So direct delivery as I said, that's really one-to-one. It's you, the library, interacting with another service provider, so peer-to-peer sort of relationship. So in the UK, we think of that as the British Library, but it could be in Denmark, it could be Danbib, it could be Norbib in Norway, and so on and so forth. The broker model that David and Andrew are going to talk about is where the library interacts with a brokerage service, and they then seek out the material on your behalf. So they might provide, they might go to one or more providers to look for that material, and they'll be looking for them to provide the material back through them and then back to you. And then this final model really is the consortial model, where you have multiple libraries working in partnership, and you perhaps be moving stock between libraries within a wider consortium. So that could be local authority based, it could be wider, it could be national potentially, but the stock is sort of moving around between them. And that's how Koha really operates with its interlibrary loan backends. So as you're probably aware, those of you who do use interlibrary loans, we have backends for different providers. So we have a Koha to Koha backend that allows one Koha system to talk to another Koha system and do direct delivery. Koha to the British Library, again, direct delivery service from the BLDSS. And then, as I mentioned, in other parts of the world, other Koha support companies have picked this up and adapted it to their local needs. So in Sweden, Norway, and I think the same is true in Denmark. We also have a generic email, which again is a direct delivery, you as a library sending an email to an individual institution. But then the one we're going to talk about in a minute is the brand new one that we've just finished writing, or Andrew's just finished writing, and that's the Koha to Rapid ILL. So that is Koha talking to a broker who then is going on to negotiate the request on your behalf. And there are other broker services out there. So III have a service called InReach, and in the US, Bywater Solutions have written a plugin that interacts with that service as well. So one of the nice things about the front-end, back-end parts of the Koha interlibrary loan model is that you can create more of these back-ends as other services emerge or people want to start using these services. So I think that's as much as I'm going to say in terms of introduction. So I'm hoping, David, you are there at the end of the line and able to share your screen. If we just stop our screen share here.
Hi, Jonathan, I am. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, it's looking good.
Here we go. And then if you just want to unmute yourself as well.
Hello.
Okay, we're seeing your screen now. Yes, and I think we're hearing you. That's perfect.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I'll hand over to you then, David. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Great. So I'm David Peacock for the University of Hertfordshire. I'm the Content and Collections Manager. I'm just going to spend 5 minutes explaining why we decided to use the Rapid ILL service at Hertfordshire, the sort of the background to it, why we felt it was important that we needed to integrate it better with Koha. And finally, we've only been using it since the beginning of September, but sort of 3 months, but we've already sort of had some interesting results. So I'm just going to briefly talk to you about what's happened since we've started to go live with the Rapid ILL and the integration with Koha. Okay, so why Rapid ILL? Well, in the first lockdown, March 2020, the British Library stopped, obviously, apart from sort of urgent medical resources, stopped doing document delivery. And we got an email in our sort of inboxes saying, try this trial Rapid ILL service. So we decided we'd give it a go, not thinking it would be, sort of we would use it, but as a trial, we thought we might get the odd 1 or 2 articles that we couldn't provide any other way. So we decided to use it, we trialed it, and we trialed it for about 3 or 4 months during the first lockdown. And we found our Interlibrary Loans team sort of came back, or person, we haven't really got a team, person came back and said, it's really easy to use. And actually it's saving us a lot of time compared with the British Library, because often the British Library hasn't got resource and we have to go off and find it from other libraries. So actually we were getting a really good success rate. So over the period that we used it in the first lockdown, over 3 months, we found it was very speedy delivery. We were getting most of our interlibrary loans, our requests back within 24 hours turnaround. And in practice, it's more like a 12-hour turnaround, because Rapid ILO is international in scope. So with the time zone awareness, we were getting people from Australia providing our sort of things by the morning, you know, so that was really good. And there's potential there. A lot of HE universities are now using it as well. And there's a larger sort of UK pod, which didn't have in the first trial. We found that our fulfillment rates were really high. Rapid ILO would say it's a 90% success rate. And in the first lockdown, it was 92. And again, it's about 95 at the moment for us. So that's higher than the British Library. So that means that we spend less time looking at wider services and communications going off to individual libraries. You know, the 90% are fulfilled sort of straight away in the first go, which is really, really good. In addition, the new, it gave us the opportunity for a new workflow. We always wanted to do unmediated interlibrary loan requests. And that was with the British Library. You know, if you searched the British Library API and you found it, you could request it automatically, and the library service, the library team, didn't get involved in that. So that's what we wanted to continue with the unmediated requests, and we saw an opportunity for Rapid ILO to continue that, because it gave instant verification and availability of the source, and then this user could potentially place the resource straight away. They couldn't in the first wave because we didn't have that integrated in with Koha, but that was certainly a possibility that we saw was possible. Another really useful, interesting part about this sort of brokering service is there's a flat fee, an annual flat fee, and no matter how much you use it, it's a one-off fee. So we always were in a difficult position with interlibrary loans. We wanted to offer interlibrary loans to everybody within the university, free of charge, unmediated largely. But we had a problem that really, if we promoted to everyone, it would be incredibly expensive. But this actually allows us to market to everyone now, because there's because no matter how much you use it, there is a flat fee. So it's actually more cost effective and value for money if we use it a lot more, and if we promote it a lot more and make it available in other places and things like that. The only downside of that, which is worth mentioning, is it's a reciprocal basis. So the amount of interlibrary loans that we request, we have to fulfill and borrow back to the community. So that does mean, but the borrowing back to the community is quite a straightforward thing. We haven't done any scanning of print products. We just use our electronic resources. So it's a case of quickly finding a PDF and loading it back up to the platform. So the fulfilling our requests, lending requests to the community is quite a straightforward process, but it still is an additional workflow. So that is worth bearing that in mind. The other thing we found was it's very easy to obtain book chapters, and you can request those much easier than the British Library, which is always a bit of an issue and quite difficult to do. So we saw it as a very good service, but we also saw there's a great potential to integrate it with Koha and the Rapid ILO integration. And that would improve both the workflow and for the staff, and improve productivity. And if we did increase, we could probably do it within the existing sort of staff numbers because of improved productivity. And the second thing was we thought it would improve the usability from the user actually requesting the article we thought we could improve that workflow. So why we decided we would commission PTFS Europe to undertake some work to integrate Rapid ILO with Koha integration was until we had that work, staff would have to cut and paste from the Rapid ILO from the Koha form into Rapid ILO, and obviously that's quite a manual process. which we did during the first lockdown. But obviously, it's something that would the user could fulfill the request, and then it would go straight through without any manual intervention, and cutting and pasting would obviously be an important process. And also, because of that, all requests had to be mediated. And again, we wanted to go back to unmediated. And if the user found the item within Rapid ILL, they could potentially place the request automatically, and that wasn't handled by our staff, Interlibrary Loan staff. So we wanted that to be seamless and to reduce the workload for our staff. And we also found that users using the way we used to work, searching the British Library database, was limited because of the quality of the British Library database and the API that they used. For example, there wasn't any feature there to post in the DOI, and then it could autofill and auto-completion and that sort of thing. So we felt there was a chance to improve the workflow and the user-friendly, the usability of the Interlibrary Loan service for our end user, and make it much more seamless and a nicer process. So we did all this, and PTFS did all the work that Andrew's going to explain in just a second. And that came into place in September. And just very quickly, some of these graphics that I cut and pasted from our Tableau dashboard that my colleague Stephen Graham has produced. Since September, almost 80% of our interlibrary loans go through Rapid. 21% still goes for the British Library. Those are mostly books. We don't lend books. And if you can see the screen there, we produce about 73% of articles and about 26% of books. The other screen here is where we do the auto-fulfillment, and where we where users can now place interlibrary loans through the autofill. And we found that PubMed is by far the biggest user. So our users search PubMed, and then they have an opportunity that books that we don't subscribe to or don't access, they can request that, and it's auto-filled and sent straight through normally. Just a quick indication of the first 3 months, September to November. So there is a big increase in interlibrary loan requests. In November, there was a 111% increase in interlibrary loans placed compared with 2019, which was the last sort of proper pre-pandemic year. So a big increase, and that's after many, many years of decreasing interlibrary loans. So the fact that it is a lot easier has meant that we have placed a lot, our users have placed a lot more interlibrary loans with us. So that's all I wanted to show you. So I shall now stop sharing my screen and pass you over to Andrew, who can go into all the detail of the work that PTFS Europe undertook for us.
Great, thanks ever so much, David. That's fantastic. I mean, that last slide was particularly interesting with those statistics on. That's really interesting. And there was a question, I think Fiona's already answered it, from Patricia about mediated versus unmediated. Yes, you can certainly choose whether requests are mediated or not. I guess one of the benefits of that Rapid ILL is if you've got enough metadata, it can actually fulfill the request without any staff intervention. So that is sort of one of the benefits of that particular service.
Yeah, basically.
So we'll move on now to Andrew Auld, our senior software engineer. He's prepared a little video to just explain in a little bit more detail what David was just talking about and the work that we did for University of Hertfordshire. So hopefully you'll find this interesting.
Okay, so here we are in the OPAC, and we're going to imagine we're a user who wants to place an interlibrary loan request. So we go into your account, interlibrary loan requests as normal, and then we create a Rapid ILL request. So we're presented with a form, and Rapid ILL provides 3 different material types to choose from. There's article, book, and book chapter. And obviously the fields that are presented will vary according to the material type that's chosen. So we'll try article, and I'll just grab some metadata from over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to supply the metadata we have, which is an article title. We also have the ISSN, and we have the year of publication. So all I have to do is then choose a library and click make a request. What that will then do is create a request within Koha, and it'll also contact RapidILL to try and place a request with them. So we can see that it's saying the item was requested, and if we look at the metadata, we can see that we've got the metadata we entered, but we've also got a RapidILL identifier, and that's come back from RapidILL, and that's the unique identifier for this request. So what happens if a user wants to place a request for an item, but doesn't actually know that the item's already available locally? Well, RapidILL knows about your local holdings, so it can tell the user that the item's already available. So let's take a look at that. So if we go into RapidILL again, journal article again, we'll enter the ISSN. We'll also enter the article title and the year of publication. Once the user's filled in sufficient metadata for RapidILL to make a query to see if an item's available locally, it will do. And we can see that's happened here. So it's queried RapidILL, it's come back, and it's now saying that this item can't be requested because it's already available locally. So at that point, the user can then just click on the link here and be taken directly to the local holding for that item. Now, it's sometimes the case that when a user's placing a request, they don't have very much metadata, but the RapidILL integration with Koha allows staff members to jump in and complete any missing metadata prior to the request being created. So let's take a look at that. So if a user came along and entered some metadata, so we'll enter an article title and we'll enter an ISSN. Choose a library and make the request. So that's actually created a local request, and it's tried to create a request with RapidILL. That will have failed, but as far as the user's concerned, they've done as much as they can do. They've placed the request with the metadata that they had. So they can see that the status here is new request. And if they look in the request, they can see that the metadata is here. So it's now down to the staff member to identify that the request has been placed, that the request failed, and to remedy whatever the problem is. So let's look in the staff interface to see how that looks. So if we go into ILL requests, so here's the request that the user created. We can see that its status is new request. And if we look over in the staff notes here, we can see that an error came back from RapidILL saying that year or volume must be specified for the request to succeed. So at this point, the staff member can go into the request. They can edit the item metadata. They can fill in the year of publication, which is one of the missing fields. They can update the metadata, and then they can try and place the request again with RapidILL. And we can see that that's actually succeeded now. The status is requested, and we've got a RapidILL identifier. If we look in the request log, we can see that the status has changed from new request to requested, and that the RapidILL request succeeded. So that's how, if a user is entering information that's incomplete, a staff member can come along, complete the missing information, and then place the request. On the staff side of things, we try and do as much as we can to help the staff member fill in the form to ensure that their RapidILL request will be successful. So let's take a quick look at that. So if we create a request on the staff interface, we can see we're immediately told what information we need to fill in for the material type that's been selected. Obviously that will change according to the material type. So for journal article, we need to fill in these fields. So if I start doing that, we can see that the hints at the bottom are changing as we fill in the information. And then once I've filled in sufficient information for Koha to contact RapidILL and see whether a request will succeed, it'll do so. I've filled that into the wrong field. There we go. So what it does now is it contacts RapidILL, and when it comes back, it will say whether this request will succeed or not. So we can see that now it's saying the item's available for request. So I have confidence that when I click make request, that request will succeed. If an error has been made while filling in the form, say for example I'd mistyped this ISSN, RapidILL is contacted and will come back and explain why the request will fail, and in this case it's because the ISSN is invalid. We saw in the OPAC side of things how if a request is for an item that is already available, that request will not succeed because the item can't be requested, and that happens in the staff side of things too. So if I just fill that in now, we can see that once again RapidILL is being contacted and we're being told that the item is locally available. So all the way through we're trying to help the user, we're trying to maximize the chances of the request metadata being supplied correctly and sufficient metadata being supplied for a request to succeed. Finally, we'll take a quick look at the RapidILL request log that we pull into Koha as part of the integration. So if I go to ILL requests and then manage a request that's been placed, we can see down at the bottom that we're seeing a live view of the request log that's come from RapidILL that gives us the current status with them. So we can see here that the request is pending. It gives the details of the branch name of the library that the item is coming from, and that's always been updated. So whenever you view a request within Koha, you're always seeing the latest status.
So thank you. So apologies for that little bit of feedback. We're ready for the next session now. Thank you very much to David Peacock and also to Andrew Isherwood and Jonathan for that session on ILL. We're now really delighted to be joined by Helen Bingham and Emily Johnson from Helen from HEE, Health Education England, and Emily from Birmingham NHS Trust. And we're going to be doing a little bit of a panel Q&A session with them over the next half an hour. I'm joined by Janet at the podium. And I'm going to start by talking to Helen about the wider HEE project to merge systems across NHS England. And then Janet will talk to Emily about the work being done specifically in the Midlands. So Helen, I'm hoping you can hear us and that you're ready to. I
can certainly hear you. Can everyone? Hopefully everyone can hear me. Oh, I'm getting some nods. Great. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so Health Education England, as we understand it, have been working with health libraries across England to implement unified systems, including the e-resources discovery and library management systems. Where did the project start and what are its aims and its vision?
Okay, well, it started with our realisation, based on an audit of library systems in the NHS in England, that not only did we have over 90 separate library management system instances, but also rapidly and exponentially being layered on top of that was lots and lots and lots of local discovery service implementations. And so what was already a very fragmented infrastructure was being layered on with even more separate systems. And the result of this was that our users, so the NHS staff and trainees and students who use library services and we want to access these resources, were having a very variable, inconsistent experience as they move from organisation to organisation, which many people in the NHS do, whether that's on placement or with their work and their careers, they move around. So we needed to get a grip of that growing fragmentation. And so we had a vision, easy to say, there being one place to search for NHS staff, trainees and students to search for trusted information. So that's trusted NHS funded and NHS created knowledge and evidence resources and high quality open source resources. And we wanted it to be one place to search, regardless of whether they were searching for education or research or management decision making or indeed patient care, and whether they were looking for online resources or print resources, or they didn't know when they started searching. So that's the vision. So that's
how far have you got with the project?
Well, we have just launched the new National Discovery Service, which uses EDS from EBSCO, which I imagine many of you have heard of or may even have. And we are currently re-procuring and updating shared regional library management systems where we already had those. So I said we had over 90, but we did, some of those were already regionally shared systems, but we needed to sort of re-procure, upgrade those with a view to integrating them, with the National Discovery layer. So we're doing that. We've done some regional procurement, but also in parallel, we're starting to encourage library services, NHS library services in regions which didn't have shared library management systems, no culture at all of doing that. So all a bit alien really, to come on board with shared collaboratives. And we're really pleased that the progress that's been made with a couple of the existing Koha collaboratives in the Midlands, and which Emily's going to talk about, and also in London, where more library services have wanted to come on board. So we're sort of growing. We've re-procured some centrally and we're growing others from the bottom up. We've got 7 regions in total across the NHS in England. So a way to go, but we feel we're making good progress.
Great. And what have been the main challenges, and what would you say are the main challenges still facing you in implementing single or unified systems in an organisation like the NHS?
Well, Andrew, as you know, and probably all colleagues do, it's the sheer size, complexity and diversity of the NHS in England, which of course we say the NHS in England, but it's not one organisation. It comprises hundreds of separate employer organisations, and depending on who's counting what, between 1.4 and 1.7 million staff in total. And it's just one of those situations where there is no one size fits all, very evidently. I mean, even the library services, there's 184, I think, latest count, NHS funded library services, but all their staff are employed by separate organisations. None of them are employees of Health Education England, they're all employees of local trusts and accountable to those local trusts. So quite a challenge getting cooperation. I think librarians themselves are always very, very good at cooperating, but some of the infrastructure around them, these separate organisational boundaries, don't make that easy. IT is challenging. I think we don't necessarily use the most up-to-date browsers and technology, and GDPR. I know it's probably, it's really important and it's challenging for everyone, but I think particularly in the NHS with all the sensitivity around patient data. So hopefully
quite a few challenges.
Quite a few challenges.
I mean, with all those challenges though, Helen, there must be some benefits that you see to come out of this. So what would you say are the main benefits that you're looking for out of this?
Well, you won't be surprised to hear me saying that really ultimately it's about improving patient care, and that's what we're all in the business of doing in the NHS. We want it to contribute to improving patient care by making it much quicker and easier for staff and trainees to be able to access the knowledge and evidence resources they need to do their jobs. So improve patient care, improve value for money. So all the aforementioned separate systems, all needing to be separately maintained at the moment. We want to duplicate that spend through reducing the number of systems we want to maintain. And we want to make sure the resources that we buy in the NHS are better used because they're more easily discoverable and they can be more easily shared. So they're not hidden in separate catalogues in local library services and sitting on shelves, but actually they work harder for us.
Great. I mean,
and I suppose the other thing is with time releasing savings for some of the library staff. That's what we want to achieve through this, really, because all those systems require maintenance, and local library teams in the NHS are typically very small, and they've got a lot else to do. So we want to see some real time releasing benefits in terms of back office work, so that people can do more of the value added customer facing work that we want to see our library teams doing.
Great. I mean, as I know, because I've been heavily involved in this process, Koha is now going to be the major library management system in 4 of the 7 regions. As you mentioned, East of England, Kent, Sussex as a replacement system for their current systems, and then as a growing collaborative system in the Midlands and in London. Why do you think Koha has been the system of choice in those 4 regions?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think one of the things is because it's open source software, and as others are probably aware, that ticks, that's a big tick in terms of government digital services and for and recommendations, guidelines for investment in IT. So that's definitely a big tick. And I think what we found is that, and this probably, it means more than anything really, is that the library staff who are using Koha like it, and they tell others that they do. And they like it because it's flexible and intuitive, and reporting, I think, is something that people tell me. I have to say that it's a long time since I've worked in a proper library myself, but tell me that that's really good. I see the outputs. But that's really excellent with Koha, so they like that, and I think you've done pretty well in the procurement tender exercises, which I know are painful processes to go through. Everyone's probably been through those as well. But
we love them.
All the paperwork we make you do. But I think what comes across is understanding of the NHS and our complexities and our challenges, and willingness to work with us to solve those, to find solutions that work for us. I think that's one of the things that has helped Koha and PTFS be successful in.
Great. Just before we hand over to Janet to have a chat with Emily, Helen, how would you like to sum up the vision of the role of health libraries in the NHS, what they and their systems bring to the NHS, and how will the system enable that vision?
Well, I suppose as much as anything, it's about, if we've got systems that are intuitive to use and as streamlined and as low maintenance as possible, then we help release some of the library time that's currently tied up in those systems. I mean, they're a really scarce commodity in the NHS library knowledge services. They've got great skills and expertise, and our vision really is that knowledge and evidence is not only being accessed, but it's being used within the NHS. So we want the library staff to be playing a key role in mobilising knowledge and evidence, not just, I say just, we know this bit isn't easy either, but not just managing it and signposting to it, but actually getting it used in practice. And to effectively do that value-added role, we need, as I say, the back office systems to be as streamlined, intuitive, low maintenance as possible. So it's really, it's really critical. It's not sexy in a way, but it's, it enables I think, library staff in the NHS to fulfil their potential.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, Helen. I'm going to pass over to Janet, who's going to, hopefully we've got Emily with us.
I can see Emily, yes.
If you want to just say hello, Emily.
Hi, Emily, are you with us?
Any sign of Emily?
It's hunting for the mute button.
Yes.
Or unmute.
It looks like just her mic's not working. She looks like she's talking, but nobody's hearing her.
Oh.
Can you hear me now? Does that?
We can.
Yeah.
Great to hear you. I'm going to hand over, as I say, to Janet, who's going to have a chat with Emily.
Hi, Emily. Oh, there you are. Brilliant. Lovely to see you. Excellent. So really glad for you to join us today. So you and me are going to have a chat about the library management system merger for the Midlands. And this is quite interesting for me as well, because back in 2012, I was the original project manager for what's currently the BASE consortia. I know that you as a Koha user, you've been using Koha as part of working for BASE. So this role, you're now the project manager for this merger project. So it's a new one for you. How are you settling in?
Yeah, so I'm 2 months in now, and I think it's going well so far, because it's like a merger of libraries. There's a lot of work in sort of aligning policies and procedures and terms and conditions and the rules on Koha. So most of the big decisions have been made. It's just ironing out the finer details and before the data starts to be moved for the first phase of the project. But it's handy that I've worked with Koha before, because it means I've got like an understanding of what's possible within the system and its functionality. So.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, we're really looking forward to bringing this Midlands merger libraries project together into one system. And so could you outline the plan of which libraries are coming on board, when we're planning to get them on board, and give us an idea of the timescales over the next 12 months or so?
Sure, yeah. So we're going to take a phased approach to the project because there's so many trusts involved. There's currently 26 trusts involved, and some of them are at different stages and using different systems. So some currently use Koha and some don't. So the first phase is phase 1A, and that's BASE, which is most of the NHS libraries in Birmingham and the Black Country, and Coventry and Warwickshire. And we aim to complete that by March 2022. So it's quite soon, really. And then these two libraries had kind of planned to merge before the involvement of HEE. So that's why sort of they're first, because they want to move sort of the quickest. And then next we're going to do the rest of the Koha libraries within the Midlands region. So that's phase 1B, and it includes Worcester and Hereford, Kettering and Northampton, and they're set to merge in around July 2022. And then the next phase is non-Koha libraries, and that's Mid Cheshire, Nottinghamshire and Shropshire. And they all use different LMSs, so there's more work involved with moving the data and the migration phase. So the aim is to have that done by August 2022. And then we've had some new libraries come along more recently and join the project a little bit later, so they're going to be phase 3, and that's Nottingham University, which is also non-Koha. So yeah, that's why they're joining a bit later. And then Midlands Partnership hope to join in a phase 4, maybe a year later. It depends on sort of contracts and things like that.
Wow, that's great. There's a lot going on, and we'll be with you every step of the way for sure. And I mean, you say there's quite a lot of work to do, and it's quite soon, that initial March date, but I know that in the background for some time now, there's been a lot of preparatory work going on with the different libraries and the different trusts. So not just the initial phase 1, but some of the other libraries too. Could you tell us some more about the working groups that have been set up, and sort of what some of the challenges challenges they've been facing, what they've been discussing and so on?
Yeah, so because most of the libraries involved are merging, from different services and they use different LMSs, we set up some working groups to sort of set out a core terms and conditions and rules for the LMS. So we've got 4 main working groups. We've got a circulation group, a cataloguing group, an OPAC group and a reports group. And we've comprised those of experts in those different fields from the different services. And they meet probably once a month to go through sort of what needs to be agreed, and then they discuss, and then the recommendations from those working groups go to the project board to get agreement and ratification on decisions there. I'd say the circulation group is perhaps the most challenging of all, because they have to agree on sort of the main rules and make compromises. And so, for example, number of loans was quite a tricky one for us, because some libraries are quite small and only want to give out 6 loans, whereas others want to give out a lot, like they have 20 that they give out. So it's been quite hard to find compromise, because obviously we want sort of a single system that uses the same rules across the board. So that's sort of been the biggest challenge of the project, sort of getting the compromise, but we're sort of getting there now. We've got an agreed set of rules, so yeah, we can kind of move forward, so it's great.
That's really good. It sounds like, well, there have been some really interesting discussions around ways to share policies, which policies to adopt. I've joined you and some of quite a few of the working groups, and some of my colleagues have as well, to give some of our input as well. So have you found the libraries generally happy for the collaboration, and how has that been going well?
On the whole, yes. So we're aiming to look for sort of best practice and whatever sort of will be the most beneficial for the end user. However, as I said before, it can be difficult to reach a point of consensus, and I think sometimes libraries can be slightly reluctant to change and want to sort of keep the rules that they've had before. But we are sort of coming around to creating a shared set of agreed decisions, and like, for example, length of loan, you can go around in circles, but we're starting to get there now. People are coming on to the idea of change and sort of the benefits for the end user, which is sort of the most important thing. Yeah.
Brilliant, that's really good. We look forward to working with you, carrying through with the project. We're hoping for a configuration workshop, sort of January we're looking towards, I think now. And that's when we're going to sort of pull together the initial phase 1 and sort of start matching the policies together. And it's great news, really good to be working on the project with you.
Yeah. Thank you both, Helen and Emily, so much for this session. We know we've got a lot of health library colleagues with us today, and after lunch, we're going to lunch in a minute or two, but after lunch, we're going to be entering some breakout sessions. There are 3 breakout sessions for you all to choose from, and one of those sessions is the Health Libraries Koha user group. So this is a user group that was formed just a year ago now, again, coming out of the last customer day that we had. And Matthew Hale of the King's Fund is kind enough to chair that user group. And we're also supported in that by a number of other health library users, librarians who help Matthew with the running of that user group. And we've had a couple of meetings in the last 12 months. And we were actually hoping that this was going to be the first time the user group could meet in person. But obviously, Jonathan said earlier today that wasn't to be, sadly. But nonetheless, we are holding this user group meeting as one of the breakout sessions after lunch. So I'll be giving you some instructions in more detail straight after we come back together. But essentially, there's the opportunity to join different breakout rooms. There'll be 2 breakout rooms that you can join. One will be the Health Libraries user group, and then the other will be a breakout that Martin is going to be hosting around the looking at the Koha community, how to get involved in the Koha community, and also how to access and use Bugzilla to look at progress of bugs and issues in the Koha project, and maybe get involved in helping chivvy some of those much wanted and much needed fixes and patches through the through the process. So that's at the second of the breakout rooms. And then Eilish is going to be staying in the main room, and Eilish is going to be running a session on using social media in your library and how to get the most out of social media platforms in your library. So those are the three choices after lunch. As I say, just straight after lunch at 1:30, I'll give you some quick instructions as to how to jump into the breakout rooms, but they will be made available shortly. And we look forward to seeing as many of you as possible in those sessions, and certainly all of the Health Library colleagues in the user group session. So thank you once again to Helen and Emily for joining us, and thank you everyone. And we look forward to seeing you all again after lunch at 1:30. Okay, so I hope you've all had a chance to grab something for lunch and are ready for the afternoon session. We're starting the afternoon with the 3 breakout sessions. The first breakout room is going to be for the Health Libraries Koha user group, chaired by Matthew Hale from the King's Fund. The second breakout room is going to be for anyone remaining in the main session. So you just stay where you are. You don't need to join a breakout room. And Eilish is going to run that session on using social media in your library. And then the third breakout session, which again is a breakout room that you'll be asked to join in a second, is hosted by Martin, and that's on the Koha community and how to use Bugzilla. Now, those two latter sessions, the social media session and the Koha community session, they both have as part of them an open discussion towards the end of the hour. So if you do have any questions in either of those two breakout sessions on a more general topics, on what you've just heard, obviously, but also on more general topics or questions you might have to raise, we've got colleagues from the support team and customer services team in both of those sessions ready to answer your questions. We're having in the Health Libraries breakout, we're having a discussion session at the start of that session as well. So there's plenty of opportunity for you to speak up and ask any questions. Just before we launch the breakout sessions, I just want to also flag the last session of the day, which follows this hour of breakouts at 2:30, when Janet and Lucy are going to take you through what new features and things there are to look forward to in 21.05 and then into 21.11. So we will be in the next upgrade cycle starting in the spring of 22. We'll be starting to upgrade systems onto 21.11. So there's an opportunity for you to see what's coming up from Janet and Lucy in that last session of the day. As before, at any point, please do put questions in the chat. In these open discussions, we'd very much like you to put on your microphone and speak out if you'd like to, but you can use the chat function as well. And we look forward to some nice interactive sessions this afternoon. So Eilish is now going to open the breakout sessions. You'll be able to choose from either the health session or Martin's Bugzilla session, and anyone who wants to stay with the social media session just stays in this main room. For anyone joining the breakout rooms, you will be able to catch up with Eilish's session on the social media on YouTube later. That will be the only one, unfortunately, that we can record and that we can put onto YouTube for you later. Okay, so I'm going to dash off and join the health session, and enjoy whatever session you join.
Here we go now. Sorry about that. You've missed my really witty introduction. I don't know that I'll be able to recreate it fully, but I'll give it a go. So thanks ever so much for joining this breakout session. Sorry again about that wee technical hitch. So we're going to be talking about using social media for your library, and we've got quite a lot to fit in here. So I'll just give you a quick overview of the topics that I'm going to cover now. So first of all, why is using social media important for libraries? What challenges does using social media for your library present? Key things to consider regarding social media for libraries. I'm also doing a case study of the Baudelaire libraries, and also the main platforms and how to use them. We'll do a bit of a breakdown. And then lastly, I'll go on to 5 library social media trends for 2022 and beyond. But first then, a wee bit of a background about me. So my name's Eilish McLaughlin. I've been the sales and marketing consultant at PTFS since August time. I'm also in the final year of my library and information management degree. So I'm writing up my dissertation at the minute, which is looking at copyright literacy. So if anybody has any particular interest in that, feel free to shoot me a wee message over. Every little bit helps. And then I was previously the student and new professional officer for SILIP Ireland. So that entailed a lot of social media management. And then I've just recently accepted a new post as SILIP Scotland social media officer. So a wee bit about me, just personal details. I love running, I love ice cream and reading. And my favorite social media platform, just for my own personal use, is YouTube. So moving on for that, now that we're well acquainted. First of all, I just wanted to kind of gauge how you guys currently use social media in your respective libraries. So I set up 2 just super speedy polls here, which you can access from this link below. And so then we'll be able to see the live results once we're sorted. So if you can just grab the link there for me. I'll get set up on my end. So just so everybody can access there, I'll just copy and paste that link into the chat. There we go. So you can hop onto that and I'll get on myself. Okay, so I've activated the poll there. So if you guys follow that link, you should just be able to submit responses as and when. There we go now. They're flying in. Oh, none. A bit alternative. Nothing. Facebook's big one. There we go. Even more Twitter responses. Comms only. There we go. We've got people using TikTok and all, so quite a range from nothing at all to kind of very much at the forefront of current social media trends. So that's quite a good wee insight. Right, great. So I'll just go on to my next poll then as well, if we're all done here. So secondly then, I've just set up this little poll and it's the exact same format here, just asking what do you use social media for in your library. So whenever you're ready. Nothing. Who is this? You guys need to get on it. Yeah, that's a good shout. New stock's a big one. See if I can scroll down a bit. Marketing services, engagement, yeah, promote resources, workshops, author events, promote collections such as historical artifacts in our collection in particular. Yeah, sounds good. See, we've got new ones coming in, new stock, resource guides, okay. Events. New stock, promote historical stuff, spelling has changed. Right, celebration events. Yeah, so quite, once again, a range of answers. I think it goes to show kind of the different things you can be using social media for. And for those of you that aren't currently using it, hopefully you'll find this session a wee bit helpful, and there's maybe some things you can take from it that you can start to implement. So let's get back into our presentation. So why is using social media important for libraries? So I've just kind of condensed this down into 7 main points here. First of all, increasing the visibility of the library. A lot of people simply aren't aware of the libraries that are located near them and the range of the great services that they offer. With your social media, you have the opportunity to achieve reach in the digital world very easily, even outside your kind of usual library base. Smaller and special libraries in particular have a lot of scope to get attention here. And I think you kind of see that with the responses to the last question there, a lot of people saying about promoting their historical stuff, things like that, your special collections. For larger libraries, online presence is non-negotiable, especially during the pandemic with the temporary closure of libraries. Social media was almost the only way to kind of stay in touch and in active communication with users. So here, a strong social media presence has really proved to be a resilience factor for a lot of libraries during lockdown. Secondly, then, you want to present the library as a modern, open, and future-oriented institution. We still need to shake that image of libraries as a place where you can just collect books and make the full range of services offered more visible. Just posting pictures of book tables and book recommendations isn't enough, but this needs to be done well and a bit cleverly when it is, and later on we'll be seeing some examples of that. These posts can reach the desired target group, book and literature lovers who are very present on Twitter. Social media, you can provide insight into all the fun everyday goings-on that libraries are doing. I mean, as well as that, I think libraries typically have a staff base of people who are really clever and witty and have a lot to offer in this area when it comes to managing social media. So it's definitely something to be capitalized on. So point number 3, as I've alluded to a little bit already, it facilitates direct communication with library users. It's never been easier to communicate directly with them outside of the library building, but many library staff still shy away from social media. But it's basically that kind of same communication as in the library itself. Getting direct feedback in particular offers great opportunities here. On to the next point then, we want to appear credible as a provider of digital services. Libraries are offering more and more digital services, whether that's kind of loan of digital media, databases, streaming services. Nothing makes a library that offers digital services itself like more unattractive and untrustworthy than if it struggles with social media and yet wants to communicate use of its digital services. So it's important that libraries are familiar with social media if they want to communicate this to interested parties. Ultimately, a degree of know-how here is decisive for the successful use of social media. So effective staff development in social media, marketing and outreach is really essential. The constant change of the platforms places kind of high demands on the flexibility and expertise of your social media team if you have one, or just an individual that's kind of operating those platforms. So it's just important to keep up to date and keep tabs on what's happening because new platforms are always being added. To kind of add to that point then, my 5th note here is that you want to be able to attract future specialist staff. Everybody talks about the kind of image transformation of libraries. If a library wants to recruit the information specialist of tomorrow, it has to be present there today. At the same time, applicants must be aware of the kind of requirements of modern day library work, which does include a lot of digital competence. In order to attract young, enthusiastic people who've grown up on social media, it's essential to convey that your library is active in digital life. So another point then is networking with communities in their own city and building their own community for libraries. So libraries bring people together as they provide kind of a platform for this in and of themselves. They're increasingly becoming places of knowledge transfer and informal learning among users as well, I'd say. You've got your library labs and kind of maker spaces that have been springing up everywhere over the past 10 years. If you want to reach out to the digital community and build your own, Professional presence in social media is essential, and it's a win-win if you accompany digital communication and the community with new formats of events in the library as well. This not only increases kind of your virtual visibility, but also creates an opportunity for networking. So my last point then on why using social media is important for libraries. You want to present yourself as a trustworthy source of information on the web, even if that is just on your social media platforms. Especially since the beginning of the pandemic, there's been so much misinformation circulating around the web, and social media is definitely, I think, an absolute hotbed of this. I think you'd all agree. A lot of people need guidance, especially in social media, and libraries could be much more present, much more active in providing sound information and research. They can just be the trusted anchor points on the web. I think recent developments as well have also created a mandate to sort of stand up for mutual respect, freedom of opinion, to counter a lot of the kind of hate speech and overall negativity that's rife in social media platforms. Again, libraries can be just a positive counterpoint to this, and somewhere where you can go for trustworthy information and a bit of positive engagement. So that leads on as well to kind of covering what challenges does using social media for your library present, because there are a few. I think firstly, one of the biggest ones is that many aspects of using social media can conflict with the privacy of patrons. So I'd say the convenience and power of social media comes at a cost, which is paid through data. Personal details, demographics, and extensive kind of profiles of interests and online behaviors fuel advertising engines that generate direct revenues for the companies that are operating these platforms. This data is collected, bought, sold, and shared profusely via interconnected advertising networks. And selections that you make on one site quickly propagate to others. We've all seen how you purchase one item on Amazon and you immediately start seeing adverts for related products till the end of time. They really get you. But rather than pay monthly subscription fees for social media, this is what you do. You just implicitly accept a certain level of involvement with the advertising ecosystem. And this is paid for through the ads presented in our feeds and the data that's gathered through the users of these sites. So as a result, I think even just philosophically, intermingling these library services with social media platforms does conflict to some extent with core principles such as patron privacy and our kind of community-oriented values. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other social media platforms operate via a business model based on this kind of advertising, and each aggressively captures and monetizes personal information. And this personal information not only includes details that you voluntarily provide in your profiles, it also contains data created through your interactions with content on those platforms. As well as that, these sites aren't private, they're not neutral spaces. Social media sites offer no guarantees for the privacy of personal information or online interactions. So for libraries, it's important to develop social media strategies which have full awareness that the privacy models inherent in these platforms run contrary to library values and stated policies. Secondly, then, another challenge just to consider is that social media is not inclusive. A library can't assume that its patrons currently have an account on any social media platform or that they even have any interest in visiting one. The number of people using social media is vast and it represents an important target for library outreach efforts. However, it seems problematic to funnel people who use library resources directly onto social media platforms. The direction of travel should consistently be from social media to library resources and not the reverse. So the third point then, lack of resources. Not all libraries will have staff with the time, knowledge, and skill set to incorporate social media management into their rotation of tasks in any kind of consistent or dedicated way. Moreover, there's so many different platforms and new media emerging all the time, having the time, knowledge, and skill set to navigate social media successfully all the more challenging. So lastly then, intellectual property copyright issues, which are not a good look for libraries to have issues with. We consume, save, copy, and share information all day long. Our online world facilitates this more than ever. The ease with which we can post, comment, share, and repost an idea is what makes social media sites so attractive and enjoyable. But when the idea takes the form of a photograph, sketch, or poem or essay or original creative content, the ease of sharing can help us all overlook the potentially infringing nature of sharing and reposting content created by others. This is especially a problem for libraries and institutions which should act as bastions of good copyright practice. So I just highlight those things, not to put a bit of a dampener on how using social media is a great enhancer for your library service, but just to bear in mind that beginning to use social media is probably best accompanied by a specific strategy which does take into account these kinds of pitfalls. So moving on, some key things to consider then, they're a bit more focused on getting you there and getting set up with your social media. So you want to think about, who do you want to reach? Are you focused on communicating with your existing users, and who are they? Do you want to reach out to new groups? And if you're starting out, maybe like some of those people that answered that they currently aren't doing anything social media wise, it makes sense to just kind of begin with existing users. Also, then you want to think about what you actually want to achieve through your social media presence. Which channel or channels make the most sense for you to use? This is likely to be steered by the type of audience that you want to reach. If it's professionals, maybe like LinkedIn might be best. You want to consider things like Facebook users tend to be older, while younger ones use Instagram. Think again, you want to consider playing around with the analytical tools that are available on these platforms, and they can offer you interesting lessons about which posts achieve most impact. Factors such as the theme of the post, the style, use of images, and even the time of day can play a really big role. Also, you should plan for regular content, but in a way that keeps it sustainable for whoever's posting in terms of times and effort. With experience, I think you kind of just get to gauge yourself what works or not. You want to maintain also a consistent kind of brand and voice as far as possible, and use images and or videos to make things that bit more visually appealing. Also, be ready to interact with your followers. Again, it's a great way of just building up your online network in the most general sense even. And also, I think it's really beneficial to be proactive about following others, including ones that can spread the word about what you're doing and that you have a social media platform that you want to shout about as well. Also, you want to be able to direct people to your website. So social media sites themselves seek to capture attention, but your overall goal should be to get people engaging with library resources and services. I think some sage advice, if you are starting from scratch, is to focus on a few platforms. You might be tempted to just jump on the bandwagon and go a bit overboard. There's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Pinterest, LinkedIn. There's so much. Where do you start? Rather than rolling out accounts on as many platforms as possible, I think at least from the start, it's best to choose one or two and focus all your efforts there. Platforms like Instagram and Twitter that enable the use of hashtags can be particularly good for gaining a lot of followers quite quickly. So lastly, curate your content strategically. Perhaps the most important part of social media use is the actual content that a library posts. Social media is about visuals as much as it is about text. So posts should be colorful, engaging, and accessible to users. Remember that on most platforms, you can also repost content from others. So it's a great way to grow a following and create a feed that's curated nicely. Okay. So next, I wanted to just look at a little bit of a case study here from the Bodleian Library in Oxford. So not only did they post excellent content, something that's really interesting about them that I wanted to share with you guys is that they outlined their strategy and aims explicitly on their website and signpost this to their various platforms. I'll give a quick read of it over for you guys because I think it is really insightful and it's a great approach. But you can also see this on their website. So they just outline what you can expect from us. Our aim is to help people to use our collections and libraries for education and inspiration. We post content about our fascinating items, our exhibitions and events, the important work that we do and the talented people that we work with. We endeavour to make our social media channels edifying, entertaining, exciting, and even surprising. Many of our followers are students and others are active users of the libraries. In line with the University of Oxford terminology, we call this audience readers with a capital R. We head up posts which are specifically for this audience with hashtag Bodleian readers. Search this hashtag for posts relating to things like reader services, operational updates, and helpful information to help you use the library. You'll generally find our social media team online between 9 a.m. to 5:30 on weekdays. And they just outline then that they try to read every message that posted to them. They don't guarantee a reply. Remember that you're messaging a human being, not an encyclopedia. And they just outline quite clearly as well, if we don't follow a channel or a post, it doesn't necessarily mean that they endorse it. They're fairly casual in their social media channels and may even stray into good-natured sass, which is something that this is a direct quote, if it feels appropriate, but we'll always be professional and courteous, and we expect you to engage with us in the same way. So that is all just directly from their website page. I've just screenshotted the top of it there to give you a little bit of a sort of like earmark of where to look. But I think developing on what they just said, what's really interesting about their page is that they go as far as to outline their expectations from users, not just themselves. And that kind of follows on for the sort of expectations that you see in personal library, kind of codes of conduct and things like that. I think it's quite a positive thing, and they word it well so that it doesn't come across as like they're telling them off or anything like that. So just to quote that a little bit here, they've got a section called What We Expect From You. So they say, we want to hear about how you've engaged with our collections or enjoyed our spaces. We love academic discussion, but please respect others. Back up your opinions with facts where possible. Please don't use copyrighted material unless you have permission from the owner. If we see inappropriate comments, we may remove them and will block users who are rude, abusive, or offensive. Most important of all, we expect you to help us to continue to make the library's social media channels an inclusive, enlightening, and lovely place to be. And I just think that's really lovely that they kind of do go as far as to outline their kind of expectations. And it is, their social media platforms are really quality and they put out quality content. And as a result, they get really quality engagement. So just to give you a quick look at the type of content that they're putting out there, these are just screenshots from their various platforms. So this first one here is from Twitter. And that is just a little bit of trivia quizzing that they did. And it's actually connected to this Instagram post that I've got here. So they just ran this whole fun interactive game called Monopoly, mainly via Twitter, where you could kind of just interact with these polls, answer these questions, and it went all across the board. I think each panel represented a different question relating to a different area of the library. It was really cool. But I want to highlight here, like, they posted this on their Instagram to promote content on their Twitter. So it all kind of was a bit circular and fed into each other. And then just to note with this post here, obviously one of their best assets is their collection. So it's no surprise that these kind of posts are popular. But what you see here also has kind of equivalent posts on Instagram and Twitter. So again, they're always kind of cross-posting and making the most of their content. It's really great to see. I think one of the things I was most impressed with, and a lot of people are, this is a really popular library video off YouTube, is their tour video here. And I think this is really good because oftentimes a lot of libraries are a bit at a loss when it comes to YouTube of what the type of content they should be posting is. And this is really simple, but it's really effectively done. So I'll give it a play here, just to show you guys. It's pretty short. we go. So that's just a minute. And I think it's just an excellent video. It's really well edited. It's got those slick transitions, that nice music to it. And I think it's just really dynamic and great. It's just a different way of kind of doing it in terms of tour videos. So moving on from that, then, I'd just like to quickly talk about kind of the 4 main platforms and how you might want to use them if you want to adopt them for your library, or advice if you are using them already. So firstly, then I'll talk about YouTube, kind of moving on nicely from that great example that we just saw. So some quick facts then about YouTube. It's the 2nd most visited website in the world, bested only by Google. However, it's technically the busiest search engine in the world because it processes more search requests than Google. On any given day, 30 million people around the world watch at least one YouTube video, and the average person watches videos on YouTube for 40 minutes per session. 37% of viewers on the platform are between the ages of 18 and 34, and that's a key demographic for libraries, so good to bear in mind. So to tell you a wee bit about the algorithm then, it has 2 goals: to make sure that the video shown is shown to the right viewer, and also to keep viewers on that platform watching more and more videos for as long as possible. It uses 2 tactics to reach these goals. First, as I just mentioned, it's got a really, really robust search engine. And secondly, it is constantly recommending new videos to followers. Like I'm sure if you've seen, as soon as you go on the homepage, there's an absolute onslaught of recommendations for you. So to get your video recommended, it needs to be optimized. And that sounds like quite a generic term, but there is a specific kind of way to go about it and things that you can follow to get your video optimized. And I've just listed those examples here. So first of all, I'll give you the most kind of vague advice. Make your videos engaging, fun, and interesting. This is the most fundamental aspect, quite simply making something that people want to watch. Secondly, you also want to think about the video's length. The optimal video length on YouTube is between 7 and 15 minutes. However, you shouldn't restrict yourself to this time. You see what's working by seeing what people are watching, what's getting views, likes, and subscribers. I mean, the example I just showed you is 1 minute long, and it has a really great amount of views, likes, interaction. So it's whatever works, really play it by ear. Third, then, you want to create keyword-focused playlists. I've got an example of that here down in the picture. So when you name your playlist, you want to think about what keywords people are going to use to search for the content you provide, and you want to use simple names for that. Things like Storytime or Makerspace DIY, just keeping it simple, making it discoverable. Similarly, then, you want to choose a video title that contains keywords, and the title of your video impacts your views and ranking. It also serves as the primary trigger for viewers to click on that video. It should give your viewers instant insight into what the content of the video is. Developing on that, then, you also want to write a great video description. This will be displayed underneath your video when someone views it. You want to include a short paragraph detailing the content, and again, use keywords to make sure that your video is discoverable. A really simple thing you can do is just create an eye-catching thumbnail. That's the image that will display whenever users search for the videos or view it in a playlist. YouTube will automatically pick one for you whenever you upload. But I think the best thing to do, which you can see they've done here in this wee example that I've pulled, is you can just take still images on a camera while you're shooting your video for this. And then you can add text on Photoshop or any kind of other graphics, edit it so it's a funky kind of teal blue color like this example. If you have a playlist of videos as well, like this example, making sure that they look similar means that people will recognize that a video comes from your library or comes from a particular playlist. Also, adding YouTube cards to your video. So this is a wee box up here that pops up while you're watching a video that prompts you to kind of take another action. So they keep your viewer engaged with the content, and there's 3 different kinds. The first drives people to another video within your channel that you can link. The second lets you suggest another playlist from your YouTube channel, and the third lets you promote another channel altogether. So the most relevant are obviously the first 2 there, and they can be good for keeping people watching your stuff. And lastly then, add tags to all your videos. So these are the kind of search engine optimization kind of function of YouTube. When you tag your videos with descriptive keywords, you're helping YouTube to recommend that relevant content to viewers to get it on their recommendation list on the homepage or on the sidebar. So keeping it relevant with just simple tags like library tour for the one that we just watched, or book club. So again, I've just got 2 really short videos here that are just quick, effective pieces of content that can just give you a bit of an idea of the kind of thing that your library can be posting. So first of all, this one is on Charles Darwin and the London Library.
I'm standing in front of an extraordinary Victorian membership record of the London Library, and the 593rd person to join the library was certain Charles Darwin. He was 32 years old, he was living at Upper Gower Street. Within 18 years he published one of the most extraordinary books in the history of science, which is the first edition of Origin of Species, published by John Murray in London. Darwin was enormously apprehensive about publishing and was helped to publish really by the findings and contact he had with Alfred Russel Wallace, who had come to the same sort of evolutionary theories. Wallace became a member of the library 4 years after Origin of Species and actually became its vice president between 1904 and 1911. This is a book which changed the world and an extraordinary archival document of the library's incredible Victorian membership.
So there you go, that's just a minute long. I think that just gives an example of, if you have something interesting in your library, a short informational video is a really great way to get some content out there. And as well as that, I mean, I'd just like to point out, I think it was really well lit and well shot and just kept short and succinct. So secondly, then, another really easy win in terms of if you can't think of the type of content that you should be posting, here they have just a little visual of their reading room. And there you go, just another lovely short little bit of content. But the point is with these 2 things is you can see how they would drive people to go and sit in your library and browse the kind of like content that you have on offer. And that's really the point of it all anyway. But yeah, 2 wee nice, easy pieces. So we'll go on then to the next social media platform that I want to talk to you guys about. So Facebook then. Despite all the controversy surrounding Facebook, which I think you see more of year on year, the platform continues to grow in terms of their total users, according to Data Portal. So the United States has the 2nd highest number of active users in the world. But I think elsewhere, Facebook is much less popular. Despite the growth in overall number of Facebook users, the following statistics might make you kind of rethink if that's the only platform you use, if that's the kind of direction that you want to take. The number of Facebook users who log in daily dropped 8 percentage points this year to 66%. In 2020, Facebook was the 2nd most popular website in the world, but as I've just said, talking about YouTube, that's been surpassed since last year. And the average reach of an organic post from a Facebook page, so that's a post that you just post yourself about your library, for example, is only 5.2%. So if it's the only platform that you use at the minute, and if it's a platform that you still kind of want to incorporate into your arsenal, you'll want to give your post the best chance to reach and engage the widest audience, but they really don't make it easy. So in September this year, Facebook published its content distribution guidelines. They've made it clear that they're going to prioritize posts that encourage people to interact on their platform. That means that they're going to suppress the distribution of posts that takes users away from their platform. So if you kind of post trying to get people to link back to your website and stuff, they're just not going to like that one bit. So it has big implications for libraries. Like if you try to promote a book list or something, you post a graphic, some text or anything linking to your catalog, your website, it will be purposely suppressed. So sort of like, you want to think about working with it then rather than against it. So here are the kind of the factors that the algorithm takes into account in terms of whether or not it decides to promote your posts and where it decides to place them in your followers' feeds, and indeed whether it shows them to your followers at all. So number of comments and likes are going to be taken into account. Content from your library page that is shared by Facebook users, both in the feed and in Messenger. Replies to comments specifically on videos, if the post is informative as opposed to purely promotional, and also the newness of your post. So carrying on from that then, there are still some things that you can do to optimize your posts there. So first, you can encourage your staff to share posts from your library page, because the algorithm gives more weight to posts that are shared by real people. So you can ask your library staff to share more posts from your page just to give it that bit of a boost. So, you know, if one of your library staff is working on an event and they might be tempted to write their own post or something just to tell their friends and family about it. But if you get them to share your library's post, I mean, it just, again, is favored by the algorithm. So secondly, post to Facebook stories. So again, this is their function. It's like Instagram stories at the top of the feed that shows you kind of little short videos and images. So they aren't part of the Facebook news feed. So these kind of punishing algorithm rules don't apply to them. And Facebook gets over 500 million daily views on stories. So if your library posts there, you can choose to share that same content to your Instagram page as well. So again, it's the best way to get the most out of the limited resource there. Lastly, then, you can focus on creating quality video posts. Facebook says they want videos that are actually videos. So that means they'll penalize your library if you post a video montage of still images and text. So when you post a video to Facebook, you have to make sure it consists of mostly moving shots. And Facebook recommends that for storytelling and live streaming, you create videos that last 3 minutes or longer. For teasers, announcements, or to share fun, interesting moments at your library, kind of like what we just saw with those YouTube video examples, you want to keep your videos to less than 60 seconds. So they're just a few things, but yeah, I don't mean to be overly negative about Facebook, but I do think it has changed a lot in recent years, and they just seem to have made it a bit harder to get that kind of organic reach and to do things like link back to your website, link back to your resources and services, which is really the end goal. So just to give you a little bit of background about Instagram, the next platform I'm going to talk about, the average user spends 30 minutes a day on the platform, and 50% of people visit a website after seeing a product or service on Instagram. So that's relevant to libraries because your collection services and events are your products, and promoting these offerings on Instagram can drive traffic to your website and catalogs. And actually, paradoxically, engagement rates are highest on accounts with fewer followers. So according to Data Portal again, the average engagement rate for an account with fewer than 10,000 followers is 1.1%, which is twice the engagement rate of accounts with 100,000 followers or more. So that sort of stands to be in your favor a wee bit. So according to the head of Instagram, the app is going to shift its focus to video. This change comes because of the growing popularity of videos online. I mean, I was just talking briefly there before about Facebook and how it's trying to kind of, again, kind of shift focus to videos and get its content creators to make more videos. I suppose it's just a response to the kind of threat of YouTube and now latterly TikTok as well. So Instagram is going to give more visibility and engagement to videos coming into 2022. In addition to that, studies have shown that carousel posts, so that's just a big example there, you know, the ones where you can click the tab and see multiple images in one post. These kinds of posts that contain more than one photo get about 5% more engagement than single photo posts on the feed. And ones that are a mixture of photos and video get even higher engagement with a median of 26 comments per post. So you want to just think about how to mix your content up in your library's Instagram feed. Posting a carousel of a few short videos, maybe pulled from your Facebook stories or your Reels content, or your Instagram stories even, as well as a few relevant still photos will result in the highest engagement for your library's Instagram account. Stories function then, just to add a wee bit more about. So here's a few quick tips for that. So you can share library testimonials and user-generated content and stories. Say if people are using your library to study and they're posting about it and they've made a cute little post that's wholesome and ripe for like engagement there, get that on your timeline. You can add links to your stories to make taking an action easy. Instagram introduced story links in October 2021, so it's well established now. And as well as that, you can kind of use stickers to get your audience to interact. So these are example of the kind of like stickers that you can use here. Ask me a question function, set up little polls and things like that. And it just encourages viewers to comment and send you like related photos in response or answers. And you can also, as well as that, experiment with other creative tools like adding music or using boomerangs, you know, those like short video loops and multi-capture functions, just as another way to make your story stand out in your user's feed. So the last platform I'm going to talk about then is Twitter, maybe the kind of, in my opinion, like from what I've seen, the kind of biggest one in the library world. As well as being huge in the library world, it absolutely exploded during the pandemic. And the company said that the average daily use grew 34% between April and June of this year. And the algorithm here uses 4 major ranking signals to decide who sees your library's tweets. So the algorithm likes timeliness, priority is given to newer tweets, engagement, priority is given to posts with retweets, clicks, favorites, and impressions. Rich media, so they give priority to tweets containing images, GIFs, and videos. And activity, so they give priority again to library accounts that post regularly and that have active and engaged followers. So here's some quick tips for just increasing your engagement if you already have a Twitter profile, or again, if you're looking to set one up, what's going to get you the most interaction. So retweet, an interesting piece of data from Lynchpin reveals that tweets asking followers specifically for a retweet get more retweets, as you'd expect. And if you spell out the word retweet in your ask, you might see an increase of engagement of about 23%. Likewise, you should get into the habit of retweeting from your library's accounts. You can check the Twitter accounts of partner organizations in your area, like schools, museums, and literacy organizations. Retweeting their content shows your followers that you're a generous and supportive organization, and also just further embeds you in that network, which is never a bad thing online and in person. Secondly, then, give your followers some personal attention. When a follower tags you or replies in the comments or a tweet, respond quickly and publicly. Doing so will encourage other followers to engage in Twitter conversations with you and act on your tweets. Also, lastly, and this is a term that I'm starting to see used more and more in terms of using social media for marketing and stuff, and start doing some social listening. So this is like a kind of, I don't know if it has negative connotations, but like a kind of eavesdropping. So if you pay attention to kind of conversations that are happening on Twitter that provides insight into your community and your followers, that'll give you more of a basis for excellent engagement. And you can use Twitter's advanced search tool to find out what people are saying. So you should pay attention naturally to conversations that include your library's name and also industry hashtags such as like hashtag library transform, hashtag winter reading, one I see a lot, hashtag libraries of Twitter, as well as kind of buzzwords and relevant trending topics. So there's plenty of stuff that you can get stuck into there. And I think so much of it is part of getting stuck in. And whenever you're seen to be a more active user, engaging with a lot more people, that's how your tweets will then be promoted to your followers. So just to give you like a quick example, I can't mention library Twitter and fail to mention Orkney Library's wonderful page. They're always posting quality stuff. So I put this presentation together last Friday, which is Black Friday. And I just love this wee tweet that they put out. Don't forget, we've got a fantastic deal on in the library tomorrow. Borrow one book about a Cubist artist for free, borrow another from this about the same Cubist artist for free. We're calling it Black Friday. And their feed's just full of great jokes like that. The person behind it's just super creative. So on to my last slide then. I just wanted to leave you guys with 5 library social media trends for 2022 and beyond. So we've obviously seen so much transformation since 2020 in terms of how libraries operate online. And based on these kind of changes that we've seen over the past nearly 2 years, there's some other trend predictions that you might want to bear in mind. So number one, we might see kind of further investment in chatbots to improve patron experience. So if they haven't already, many libraries might want to consider investing in a chatbot, and they're effective software programs that interact with your website visitors and members. They communicate naturally with library patrons via the site and can answer their questions in real time. So I think in the near future, we can expect to see them further leverage kind of AI to automate and personalize member responses. As well as that, another social media trend we might expect to see is more use of private messaging apps to connect directly with patrons. So smartphone apps like WhatsApp, WeChat have already gained massive popularity in like the education sector and in the consumer and business world. Instead of using emails, libraries at the forefront might begin to adapt private apps as well as private messaging groups such as Slack to engage users one-on-one and within targeted groups and forums. So then my third point then, search engine optimization will become more important for driving website visitors. So Google's latest algorithm update has made substantial impact in the SEO world. So it stands for bidirectional encoder representations from transformers. And it's a deep learning algorithm that's related to natural language processing. So like a librarian, Google's always aiming to improve its ability to understand the complex nuances of language and the searcher's intent. So according to Google, this new algorithm update will affect complicated search queries that rely on context. So if your library's website isn't very well written and lacks clear messaging, you might see a dip in your website traffic. It's critical now in late 2021 going into 2022 for libraries to run an SEO wellness report and to audit their content, just to kind of benchmark your search positioning and develop a plan to increase your ranking generally on the web. So my fourth point then is on personalization. So many libraries are dabbling in personalization, just in the kind of style of corporate giants like Amazon and Netflix. So to keep in step, libraries might seek to kind of embrace personalization to scale their growth and their member experience, analyzing member behaviors and promoting books and services based on predictive analytics and members' past engagement history. So the primary benefit is having the control to target and select segments of your library members of all kinds. And by collecting user data, you're better positioned to create more relevant and effective email campaigns based on your patrons' habits, interests, and behaviors. For example, if your targeted audience likes nostalgic movies and classic books, you can embed pop culture references from that period when sending your emails, creating blog posts, or even your kind of newsletter opt-in to deliver a more personalized experience with your library content. But as I said at the beginning of the talk, some of these issues are quite fraught, but it does seem to be the direction that libraries in the US are going in. So lastly then, video-based social media will be key to reaching new audiences. So TikTok at this point, I think, should be on every library's radar at least. The growth's been pretty slow, and it could, in the library world, and it could continue to slow given kind of competition from other platforms and a lot of the questions it faces over censorship and data privacy. However, other video-based social media platforms are ready to fill the gap anyway. I mean, we've seen Instagram stories, Facebook stories, for example, that function similarly. And overall, there's just an increasing emphasis on short video inspired storytelling, which can be leveraged by libraries really easily to promote services, books, and videos. So while it's maybe not included in the essential social media platforms I'd listed previously, talking about TikTok, I'd say watch this space. So those are my 5 library social media trends, and that is the end of my talk. So I've kind of gone on quite a bit there. I think, again, given the sort of technical difficulties at the start, there was quite a bit of a delay, but if there's any questions in the chat or anything, I'd be more than happy to answer them if you want to send them through. But I'll just duck out now, and you can reach me via the chat if you have any questions. Thanks ever so much.
I'd just like to just thank Hale, because that was absolutely fascinating, super inspiring, if not super scary.
Yeah.
As well. So I don't know whether there are any. I think there was one little comment I saw in the chat from. Scroll up a bit.
Is that from Keith?
From Keith, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting question. I don't really want to read the question out. So.
Yeah, well, Keith has asked, how does one match a social media platform to one's users? I think analytics will give you good insights into kind of your demographics there, but also, I mean, there's a lot of general information you can find online. And again, it's kind of having a general kind of base of knowledge about them. I think people could generally say that Facebook's for older users, more young people are on Instagram, and actually, interestingly, more kind of young people are on Twitter as well. So if you dig about a little bit, there are kind of good generalizations that'll point you in the right direction based on what you're looking for. And then also just kind of, if you have these profiles, checking out your analytics.
Right, and there's another question there from Sam. Do you have any tips on, all screens movement, do you have any tips on allocating the social media work in a team where we have more than one specialist role? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I can think of, I think it worked quite effectively in my first job. I worked with the customer services team at the University of Bradford. And they were really good at just incorporating working with social media into the general day-to-day activities of library assistants. And in that way, it was kind of evenly dispersed, and it was just a known task that was incorporated into the timetable. And yeah, it saves you kind of hiring a specialist. I think there is a kind of further trend prediction of, will we see a social media librarian in the near future? That's still all to play for. I think it's kind of very easily incorporated into workflows already, as long as you've managed it in such a way that you can keep the voice consistent among different people kind of using those platforms.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Great.
What are library analytics?
What? So just not specifically library analytics. When I'm talking about analytics, I'm referring to the kind of data that you can access on these platforms directly that will give you information about who's clicking on your posts and how they're being received and who's using these platforms. So you can find those like directly on your kind of YouTube profile, Instagram profile, Twitter profile. So that's what I'm referring to. Just.
Okay,
right.
Questions, right. So I think probably what we need to do is just pause just for a moment while we round up the folks out of the other breakout room. So I'll probably let you just go and take your hot seat back.
That sounds good. Thanks ever so much. If there's any more questions anyway, you can just send them through the chat. I'll be on. But thank you.
Okay, so we'll just bring the other folks back into the. Yep, so the breakout rooms are going to close in about 50 seconds anyway, so we'll just pause for a minute before we introduce our final session. So lots of positive feedback, Ailish, on that on that last session. Come around the other way. We'll be just about ready for you. Okay, so the other folks should be heading back right now. Okay, this is looking hopeful. So looks like we've got everybody back. Hopefully not too many of you got lost in the ether there, but yeah, so we've come on to our final session of the afternoon. Hope you found those breakouts useful. The final session of the afternoon is going to be jointly run by Janet and then Lucy, and they're going to talk to you a little bit about what's coming downstream with Koha in 2111 release, which was actually released last Friday, I think, wasn't it? So it's hot off the press. Okay, thank you very much.
Cool.
Pass that one over to you.
Thank you. Pro pointer. Right, we're all good to go. Excellent. Yeah, so this is about Koha 2111, but also 2109. So essentially all about upgrades and what you can look forward to in the next upgrade round. As Jonathan said, it was 2111 was released on Friday, and you may recall that in the last couple of years or so, we've taken a decision as a company to aim towards upgrading our customers to 0.11 releases. So we've obviously been working with 20.11 for upgrades this year predominantly, but now we're looking ahead to 2111. So sites are beginning to be lined up for next year. We're getting our first dates in the calendar for test servers to be upgraded and so on. Obviously, if you're interested, if you're planning for upgrades next year, contact the help desk. We have a plan, a routine that we follow when we're working with you for an upgrade. So for those of you with test servers, we'll upgrade the test server first and give you support while you're testing different functionality and mainly existing functionality. We work with you to aim for an actual upgrade day on your live systems as well. We provide you with documentation, and we've been doing consolidated release notes. I don't know if many of you have read the GitHub release notes. They're great, they're really comprehensive, but what we've tended to do as a team in customer services is try to pull out some of the key features and consolidate them in a sort of more readable form. And we're hoping to do something a little bit more different, a little bit different this year, or rather next year, and in conjunction with those release notes, we're aiming to produce new videos highlighting particular features. So look out for those on the our Womb channels. However, today we thought we'd pick out a few things just to overview a few things that are coming up in 2111, but also I'm also picking a few things that are currently in 2105. Of course, you can read the release notes. I'm not necessarily going to point to the bug numbers that the particular features relate to. And then also, after I've done a few slides, Lucy's going to try and pick up on some of the more detail and do some actual demos of some of this functionality. So bearing in mind, it came out on Friday. We've just got a test system set up. So a lot of this stuff is really new to us as well, and we're really excited about trying some of it out. Here we go. Right, so what's new in Koha 2105 and 2111? So I thought we would begin with some OPAC. I'm going backwards now. I'll get there. Okay. Right, I'm all the way back. There we go. Cool. Thank you, Hale. Right, I thought I'd start with the OPAC. It's a hot topic, particularly with OPAC front ends, accessibility. So there's been improvements with every release. And with 2105, I've listed some of the key things that have been worked on with that release. So title elements, working towards most unique information first, improvements to the heading structure, so more descriptive headings, breadcrumbs, particularly on the staff interface, because when we're looking at accessibility, we're not necessarily solely looking at the OPAC side. As staff, you're using the browser for your day-to-day work. So accessibility is also key on the staff side as well. Improved labeling on the OPAC as well. And this is all, so much of this is geared towards screen reader access. So for any members of staff or any users who need, who have particular screen readers that they use, all of these changes are going to feed into that. So with 2111, there's been another raft of changes, and the bulk of these have been sponsored by Catalyst, and they've been adding captions and legends to tables and forms, again gearing towards aiding navigation for people with screen readers. So a lot of changes to look out for in core Koha there. So in addition with the OPAC, something else that's coming in. So many of you may have noticed who got upgraded this current year. There was a new libraries option that came in. So a lot of libraries got upgraded on the test servers. And there's this new libraries option that essentially goes out to your branches policy and pulls out information about your libraries. But there was no opportunity to switch that off with 2011. So we quite early on in the piece, as a standard when on request, have just applied a bit of jQuery to hide that libraries option. But with 2111, that actually becomes part of your gift as administrators. So there's a new field that's added to the library policy. When you've enabled it, you get the option to display or not your libraries page on the OPAC. So that could be quite useful when you've got different branch libraries, some of which may be for maybe administrative, or they're archives, or they're not libraries as such with stock. So you could choose to promote some on the OPAC, but not others. So that's something new that comes in with 2111. On the patrons and circulation side, there's a new permission that adds to the granularity of the permissions management on the staff side. So at the moment, with 2111, there's a permission that with that set, you can both create, edit borrowers, borrower records, patron records, but you can also delete patron records. So there was no granularity there. So with 2111, we have a new permission that adds a delete borrowers user permission. So that would be something for staff to check in on when you're upgrading, because you may need to revisit those permissions and set delete borrowers in addition, or deselect it now that you've got the opportunity. Particularly, that issue comes up with new migrations, actually, with new projects, but it will give us some more controls on that side of things. Also in circulation, there's some new functionality with regard to hold cancellations. So particularly the ability to cancel holds in bulk. So with 2111, you've got the opportunity to cancel hold in bulk from a couple of different areas. So you could go, for example, to a single bibliographic record. It might have a list of, say, 20 holds on it. You may be archiving that material, you may be aiming to delete it, you may be attaching it to another record or something like that, but it will give you the option, similar to batch modification. You can batch modify against items against a single bibliographic record. This gives us to batch modify holds against a single bibliographic record. So you'd be presented with tick boxes, and you could batch delete holds in bulk, and also apply cancellation reasons as well as part of that process. That obviously from a single bib, it's got its benefits, but you can also manage that sort of bulk hold cancellation via the holds waiting pages. So the circulation notice that the circulation page that gives you the opportunity to look at holds waiting for pickup. It will likewise give you check boxes so that you could cancel holds on those particular pages. So another new feature to look out for in circulation. a lot going on in notices with the new versions. The long-awaited auto renewals digest message. In fact, several sites, one of the triggers for upgrading is precisely this. And hopefully in a few moments, Lucy's going to be having a show of this as well for us. So essentially, we're looking at system preferences for messaging. We have the ability to set digest messages. It sounds like a small thing, but for those of us who've been affected by it, it's going to be a really nice feature to look forward to. Hold reminder notices also comes in originally at 2105, but via a cron job. With 2111, the ability to send reminder notices about hold pickups that you might have been sent becomes a messaging preference. So another one to be aware of. Reports, this is nice. With SQL report runtime parameters, if you're creating reports, if you're grabbing them from the reports library, you see it in the ability to embed these idea of runtime parameters to give you pick lists for various things, whether that's patron categories or locations and that sort of thing. With this feature, I think it's 2105, this adds a new button, which hopefully Lucy will be able to give us a look at in a few minutes, that hopefully might aid the way to creating these type of runtime parameters, which are really useful to libraries, but there's a bit of syntax involved, so this hopefully will pave the way for that to become a little easier. Okay, what else do we have? Stuff in tools, some acquisitions features in relation to logging information about acquisitions transactions. On the simplest level, there's a system preference currently called aclog. Well, it gets renamed to acquisition log. So that's different, but in addition, the key thing is that it really expands logging in the acquisitions module. We've had logging for acquisitions prior to 2111, but it becomes much more detailed at this version. So you have the ability to view logs related to creation of order lines, cancellation of order lines, what's been received against an invoice, adjustments to invoices, so that's using the credit adjustments, amendments and deletions to invoices, budget and fund adjustments. So a real raft of useful tracking that's going to be available via the logs with regard to acquisitions. Also in tools, the news area, you'll have noticed it's been changing over the last year or so, but with this version, with 2111, news actually gets split up into different types of content. So essentially news, which is obviously time bound, which allows you to sort of put news alerts on your front pages of your OPACs, but also in a new option called HTML customizations or OPAC the ability to amend your OPAC content. So that's things like OPAC nav, OPAC main user block. And in addition to that, the final bullet is that OPAC nav and OPAC nav bottom also move into HTML customizations. Previously, they were system preferences. So hopefully that makes managing that type of OPAC content a little bit more consistent. But also that's another thing Lucy's going to hopefully show us in action shortly. Okay. Then what we also have, so this is my last sort of potted few tips towards the next versions. A few things in cataloging and acquisitions. And I must admit that a couple of these quite unfamiliar with at this stage, and I'm really looking forward to learning more about them. There's a new system preference called show component parts. Now with that enabled and the appropriate analytic cataloging on your system, so that's using this 773 combination to link out to child records from a parent record. We're thinking about volumes and parts, that type of association. With show component parts enabled, it will give you an opportunity to get a new tab underneath record detail that actually shows you links to those component parts. So previously you'd have links out and you'd go out to the records, but this consolidates that. It's something we're another thing we're going to look at and hopefully get a video on for you all to see in a small chunk later. Right protecting of mark fields on types of import. Sort of broadly speaking, this could be a sort of considered as a way of identifying tags that you want to protect or not protect. So in other systems, you might have had a concept of junk tags. Well, with this, you really get an expansion of ways that you can protect materials that you may be importing in different ways. So there's a new system preference called mark overlay rules. With that switched on, you also would then refer to a new policy section that allows you to build up mark overlay rules, and you can specify the type of the type of I suppose transaction that you might be managing, whether that's bulk batch record modification, whether it's staging mark records, whether it's importing records with Z3950. So you can have separate rules for each of those different types of feature, and each of those rules could potentially have different rules for how you deal with particular tags. So into the sense of, do you add new, do you add an append, do you protect, and so on. So I was just looking at that briefly yesterday. It looks really exciting. So again, another one that we're going to be doing a video on. So I'm just planning out my a few videos for the next few weeks. But anyway, it's a really nice one. And the last one that I've just noted down there is just something that is hopefully going to make searching for order records a little bit easier. It actually makes note fields from orders searchable. So that's the internal note in an order and the vendor note in an order. And previously, if you had got data in those vendor note fields or those internal note fields, really the only way you could easily get to them was by creating a report and querying that particular field in the acquisitions table. But this actually brings that into the advanced search in the staff interface and gives you the option to search with a regular search in acquisitions. So quite a few new features to look out for. I'm going to pass over to Lucy. Any questions, pop them in the chat. And we can try not to bring down the entire setup.
Right, hello everybody. I've been given the best slot of the day. It's when everyone's wanting to get home, so I won't keep you long. As Janet said, I'm just going to demo a few of the things that Janet's already spoken about this afternoon, just to give you a flavour of what they look like on 2111. So I'm just going to share my screen, and hopefully people will tell me if they can see that. Up. Yeah. Okay. Lovely. So you should be able to see my screen here on the homepage of Koha 2111. And as Janet and Jonathan both mentioned, it only came out last Friday. So it really is hot off the press. So you might already notice that the sort of module links have been tidied up, and we've got nice little new icons as well here. So I'm only going to look at three things that Janet's mentioned this afternoon. Firstly, I'm going to have a look at how the notices have changed, or the new notices that Janet's mentioned. Then I'm going to have a look at the SQL reports and the runtime parameters. And then finally, we'll have a look at the news block in tools as well. So first thing I'm going to do is just search for a patron and show you these new notices that are available to send to patrons. Oh, what am I doing? want to search for that, do I? So pick any patron. Actually, the first thing I'm going to show you very, very quickly is, can you see there in the drop down of the patron search, you've got main library highlighted here in green. This is not one that I was particularly going to mention, but it's a really nice new little feature where patrons from your home library, or the library that you're logged in at, are highlighted in green, so you can see which are your home patrons. That might be useful if you're in a Koha system where you've got different library branches with patrons. So we're just going to have a look at this patron here, and if I drop down to the messaging preferences, you'll see that we've got 2 new notices down here in the messaging preferences. For some of you who don't use Interlibrary Loan, you'll see even more new ones than you would normally see. So we've got a couple of Interlibrary Loan notices here that only came in very recently, really, I think in the last year as well. So you may not see those either, but you'll see these 2 new ones. So the first one I'm going to look at is the auto renewal notice. So this is a notice that you can send out optionally, and it has been around a while. But you always needed to enable it from the cron script that runs overnight for the auto renewals. So it wasn't one that you had control over yourself in the libraries. You needed to ask us to set that up for you. So it's really nice that it's managed by system preference. And if you've got that enabled, you'll see that listed here. The other thing which is most important about this notice, in particular in 2111, is that it is now a digest. So you've got this digest option here. So in the past, the auto renewal email would run for every loan that was being auto renewed. This is a digest that will collect those all together. And I think the notice template will set out your loans, and it will say which ones it will list the ones that have been auto renewed, and it will also then list ones that may not have been auto renewed, perhaps because they had a hold on them or you'd reached your renewal limit or something like that. So it nicely sets out all of your loans in one notice template. So that's a really big improvement. The second one to look at here is the hold reminder. So this is a brand new notice. And as Janet said, in 2111, it now has its own system preference to enable it. And this notice, so for example, if you give your patrons 2 weeks to pick up a hold that's waiting on the hold shelf, you can now optionally send a reminder sort of after 7 days to say, do you know that you've still got this waiting and you haven't picked it up yet? So that run, again, it's managed by a cron script that runs overnight, runs nightly overnight, and would send out notices to those patrons that still had holds to collect. So that's another nice one. So of course, I'm looking here in a particular patron record. What you would probably want to do is just move my, let's just go on to another tab. If I just go into administration, you would probably want to set these notices as default messaging preferences within your patron categories. So you would come in here into your patron category configuration, and you edited, just edit one of your patron categories at random, just to show you where they would sit. At the bottom, you've got your messaging preferences. So you would want to enable those at patron category level to say that you wanted to send those 2 notices if that was what you wanted to do. Now, the other thing to remember, of course, if you do want to enable those when you next upgrade, if you update these patron categories as defaults, any new patrons that you then create will have these new messaging preferences, but just remember that you need to ask us to run a script to force those new changes onto any existing patrons as well. So it will be used for all of your patrons. So again, something to bear in mind. Okay, so the second thing I was going to have a look at was the SQL reports change. So I'll just flip over here into reporting. And this is a really nice new feature, actually, especially for people like me who find SQL reports quite a challenge. This really is the enhancement for you. And it all hinges on the runtime parameters. So I'm just going to search for patrons by enrollment, see if I can find this report that I've, oh, it's not going to find it. Just go back. Saved reports. Just search for enrolment, see if I can find it from there. Okay, so it's this one. So I've just set up a quick report just so we can have a look quickly. I'll go in to edit the SQL first of all, so you can see what's happening. Okay, so for those of you who need a reminder as to what a runtime parameter actually is, these are the little filters that you can add into your SQL reports that, so you can select things before you actually run that report. So it might be a date range or a particular library branch code or a patron category that you can select from a drop down. So they're really handy for making reports generic, really. So instead of having hard coding dates or codes within the report, you can add a filter before you run that report, so you can have one report that you can use for many different scenarios. So I've just got a quick report set up here. I'm going to select a few columns, the card number, surname, first name. And I'm going to limit down on the date enrolled. So when the patron was added to Koha on or before, so equal to or before this particular date. Now, as I said, we don't want to have a particular date in here and come in and edit the SQL every time we wanted a different date in there. So we can add now we can add a runtime parameter in there. In the past, you would have had to have known the syntax, so you could just type it in if you had really good memory, or go out to the reports library or to another library and copy and paste it in. We now have this nice drop down here. I'll just go down a little further so you can see all the options. And I'm going to choose the date one. First thing it asks you is to put in a label. So you can say enrolled before, and insert that parameter. Oh, it's put it in the wrong place. Let me just take that out and start again. Put it in the right place. I want to put it in my where enrolled part of the query. So before, oops, live demos. There we go. And it's put in these little, this little syntax that's probably a lot of you that run SQL reports are aware of. So I don't need my hard-coded date anymore. I still need to have the rest of the where clause. Got my little filter in here. Just need to update the SQL. And now if I run that report, hopefully, we'll see our runtime parameter, the correct terminology, the pre-filter, whatever you like to call it. And I can put in a date in there, and that should run the report for me. Okay, so just to help you setting up those new queries, saving you going out and looking for that syntax. And as I said, if I go back to edit, you can see that there are other runtime parameters. So I'm not going to go through any more of them today, but you can have a look at them once you upgrade, or if you have a test server that we upgrade, you can see that you can put in the libraries drop down, the user categories, the item types, etc. I think those are the most commonly used ones. So that's a really nice new feature that I think we got quite excited about when we first started it. So the last thing I'm going to demo today is in tools, and this is the news blocks. Now, for a lot of customers that have gone through a couple of upgrades over the last few versions, you'll be aware that the OPAC content system preferences have been moving piecemeal across into the news block. And news had become a bit of a mixture of both adding news items and what were the system preferences for adding content to the OPAC. In 2111, that is now split out. So we now have news, which has gone back to just being the news area. And the OPAC content has now got its own separate sort of tool under this menu called HTML customizations. So don't be alarmed that you suddenly have to start writing HTML again. You don't. That's just the label for it. If I go in here, you can see what's underneath here. And for those of you that are familiar with the system preferences for adding content to the OPAC, you'll see they're still called the same. So you've still got OPAC nav, OPAC header, OPAC main user block. If I just go in and edit one of those, you can see if I scroll down, you've got a text editor where you can add your content for that area of the OPAC. And again, just to reiterate, you don't need to know your HTML because you've got this nice little text editor where you can format your text and add images and that kind of thing. So it really is a lot quicker. And I think the advantage of this now, having it in a separate block, is that all of those system preferences that you used to have to search for in amongst all the other OPAC system preferences are now collected together in this one area under tools, and they're all separated out. And I think, as Janet said, they're also all now within this HTML customizations area. So we haven't got any that are still lingering as system preferences. So they're all grouped together and easy to find, and you can manage them from one place. And also news goes back to being just simply for your news items. Okay, so I'm slightly overrun a little bit. I know everyone's probably wanting to get away, but those were the three things that I wanted to show you. So there's probably not much time left to put any chat into chat, but we're always happy for you to raise support calls as well if you've got any questions about any of these or anything else about upgrades in the next cycle to 2111. So thank you very much. I'll hand back to Jonathan now, I think, to close.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lucy. You've still high numbers on the that's great. I don't know whether there were any questions, whether in the chat, Ailish, that we wanted to just check off before we finish.
No, I think that was so comprehensive that everyone's satisfied.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so so assuming there are no more questions, so just really to finish off for today, well, just really to thank you for your attendance today. It's been great to have so many online. I mean, the numbers have been great. I'd particularly like to thank everyone who put together presentations, PTFS Europe staff and our customers. Hopefully you found it a good mix of both our content and customer content. Just to finish, I'd particularly like to thank Ailish because she's done so much work. Well, not just today, she's been run off her feet today, but she's done so much work prior to today. It's been quite a challenging thing to put together under something that's been moving under her feet for the last few weeks as we've been going from in-person to online and so on. So thanks for doing such a great job there. Thanks particularly to the staff here at the Best Western Hotel in Coventry. They've taken great care of us both today and yesterday, as they usually do. So it really only remains for me to wish you a very happy Christmas if we don't speak before then, and hopefully a happy new year as well, and hopefully with circumstances that do permit us to meet again in 2022. So hopefully look forward to seeing you then, and goodbye for now.